Well, we all remember this infamous television interview.
I prayed for the type of man I wanted, and I got pretty much that. Is he perfect? Absolutely not. But, he has a lot of the qualities. No. He has a lot of the qualities.
Well, we all remember that Richard Lawson. Bad day, bad time to be him. We all remember that, don't we? Boy, oh boy. Well, Sheryl Lee Ralph told Tina Lawson to hold my beer. This is a clip that's going around that really does encapsulate a whole lot right here. It really, really does. You thought Tina was bad? Wait till you get here. Now, this is from The View, and hold on to your hats.
Pennsylvania State Senator Vincent Hughes, her husband, Pennsylvania State Senator Vincent Hughes. Take a look.
He has his own life. I have my own life. He has his own real career. I have my own real career. We also live in separate places. When I go to see him, love to see him. When it's time to leave, bye-bye, see you soon. You, life is good.
Yeah. Well, that's the way that went. And the cringe was simply off the scales. Although the women on The View apparently didn't get the joke.
Hey, it works for her. If she's got it figured out. She looks real good and real happy.
And she's thriving. Her career is just on the sky.
The little woman over there. Oh, she's thriving. Really? So you thought Tina Knowles was bad. And then you wake up one day and that's what you hear. Your woman is put out an interview with People magazine and The View has blown it up. Oh yeah, by the way, one more thing. Sheryl is 68 years old. What? By the way, 68. Sound familiar? Sound familiar. So, yeah, there's that. And if you get off in that world of celebrities and whatnot, you pay your money and take your chances. You really, really do. And they're doing these kind of things there, but there's some more information in here. First of all, the reason why people are having this visceral reaction to seeing this is because as men, we all understand what that means. Okay. Looking good at 68. Really? It's okay. All right, folks. Never mind. We'll come back to that. Okay. All right. In any case, so she's sitting up here and what she said was absolutely reprehensible if you're a man who is going to be protector and provider.
He has his own life. I have my own life. He has his own real career. I have my own real career. We also live in separate places. When I go to see him, love to see him. When it's time to leave, bye-bye, see you soon.
Here's the problem. Let me tell you all what the problem is. The problem is not what she said. Let me let you hear the problem.
Leave, bye-bye, see you soon.
This part right here.
You.
The laughter. That's the problem. The problem with what she did here is the laughing. As a man, you cannot be both respected and a punchline. That's the problem. That's why what she just did there was so damaging. You're mocking him. You're mocking his very presence. A man cannot be respected if he is inconsequential. A man cannot be respected if his woman is telling people that he is inconsequential, and she just sat there and told the whole world he don't matter. And you saw how they responded. They didn't respond with just clapping. They didn't respond with, okay, we understand. They responded with laughing. And just that quickly, just like Richard Knowles, you turn into a punchline. What good is it to be her husband if to be her husband is to be mocked and laughed at? And she was just so blatant with it that she didn't think she even had to hide it. She was sitting there in front of the whole world to let them know, yeah, this is how much I'm worried about losing you. Let me go ahead and just mock you in front of everyone. So she's letting you know, just like Jada Pinkett, this is the level of respect, or should I say lack thereof, that she has for him. Some folks say, well, maybe he got a side chick. Okay, that doesn't really matter when your wife is out here mocking you in front of the world. This is your feminine representative, and you haven't already made it clear that she's not the top of the food chain. You made it clear that she's at the top of the food chain. She is your representative. You are out here claiming her in front of the world. Ain't enough side chicks on the damn planet to outdo that. You are claiming her. Socially, legally, financially, this is the one you're claiming. And the one that you're claiming, the one who has access to your lands and your deeds and your titles, that one, why, she's out here mocking you. It doesn't matter how many sexual thrills you get with other females. What about your name? What about respect? What about that? That's okay. I mean, I'm a joke and I'm a laughing stock here, but I got another chick over here down there in King of Prussia somewhere. We cuddle up sometime. And meanwhile, this woman's out here making your name trash in the streets. But there's a reason for that. There is a reason for that, because when a woman goes this far to do this, you have to understand the signs of contempt. Utter contempt is not something that exists in a vacuum. And that's why I brought up, by the way, did you hear what I don't know who the white woman was who said that, but you heard her say, and her career is really, 68 years old. I don't know how.
Life is good.
Hey, it works for her. If she's got it figured out. She looks real good and real happy.
And she's thriving. Her career is just on the skyrocket.
So I don't know who this little woman is over here throwing her 2 cents into it. Her career is thriving. I don't know what that means at 68 years old, but okay. I'll go ahead and take whatever the hell she says is her word for it. But couldn't help but notice that the women felt fearless to speak on this woman's disregard for her husband. And I got to thinking, when a woman is this out of pocket and is this blatant with it, and is just this over the top with it, she's doing that because she has a lack of respect for you, not just emotionally, but socially and financially. Now, let me go back here where Whoopi Goldberg runs down the resume.
Magazine that the secrets to her happy 19-year marriage, which includes living about 2,400 miles away from her husband, Pennsylvania State Senator Vincent Hughes. Pennsylvania State Senator Vincent Hughes. Pennsylvania State Senator Vincent Hughes.
That's her husband. Okay. Found that to be interesting. So I decided, you know what? Why don't I go take a look into this? Because I got a feeling I know where this particular level of contempt, when I hear something like that or see something like that, I got an idea. I know where this particular level of contempt, when you're going this far with it and you're being this blatant with it, and this goes deeper than rap. So I decided to go ahead and go online and see if I could look up something. Because even though he is an elected official, he is also technically an employee of the state. So if you go to the website, penwatch.pa.gov, it actually lists employee salaries. And when you go there, now this is the one thing nobody else is talking about this. The 720 degrees of analysis you receive nowhere else. Go to your other YouTube channels. By the way, did they mention to you, how much money does he make? What? Oh, well, I actually went to go look it up, and he makes $147,493. Damn! No wonder your woman thinks that she can talk like this. No wonder at 68, she has absolutely no regard for protecting your image in public. She openly mocks it. She openly promotes and brags to people how inconsequential you are. She can take it or leave it. Why, we don't even sleep together. Now, let me explain something to you. When a woman goes around telling the world how much time she spends away from quote unquote her man, that is nothing but an open invitation to other men.
And deal with it, nigga.
Come on now, when she sits in front of the world and so blatantly, openly, at 68 years old, brags about how far apart you all are, that she sees you when she wants to see you and then she's out when she wants to be out. Dude, that's letting the world know you are inconsequential. That's an open invitation. If there's another dude out there who can make things pop off better, hey, bruh, I got time, I got space. We're really not even together like that. Me and him ain't really together like that. This is the element that all these other places, any other channels, anybody else, this is the element that's missing. If you don't look up this number right here, if you don't see that number right there, if you don't look into, by the way, who is she married to and where's his social standing, if you didn't actually go to look this up, then you don't actually know where this came from. Now you know where it came from. Now you see where it came from. So those of you who are here at the definitive school of power dynamics, I give not a damn about dating. My channel is only about power dynamics, and now you just see a great big huge chunk of it fell in your lap. Now this explains everything else that you've been seeing and hearing. This is the missing piece of the puzzle that nobody else noticed because everybody else was expecting The View or some other YouTube channel to explain it to them. They didn't even go and take a peek under the hood. I could be bothered to do it and found out, by the way, Mr. Hughes, it ain't really great like that. It's not really great like that. Now, he might be out there somewhere attempting to soothe himself or whatever the case may be. He might be out there trying to do that. Some of that could be occurring. I mean, that's totally possible. Some of it could be happening, but that doesn't really help for the loss of image. It doesn't really help for your loss of image. When your image takes a hit like that, dude, it ain't so great. It isn't. Jason, what do you mean? You gotta understand, we're in the era of the lame square dude right now. The old lame nigga. This is where we at. We're in the old lame square dude era where a bunch of fellas who got passed over for decades are trying to make up for it in the latter half of their lives. And I mean, they are just sexual scavengers. Somebody was talking about before about, well, maybe he got some side females, okay. And there was something you'll notice when you go to his Instagram. You'll notice this. You'll notice this. Well, there he is. I mean, next to April Ryan, take that for what you will. That's 2022, but I'm just saying there he is with Sheryl on one side and April Ryan on the other. He got an arm around both of them. So this is square macking. If they got a set of ovaries, okay, they square macking. 2023, best wishes for the new year. All right, congratulations. 2023, there he is with a couple females. All right. There he is again. And this lady here got her hand on his shoulder. Okay. All right. There he is again. Another couple females around him. Boy, I'm telling you, if you didn't know he was married, these pension pimping is a hell of a thing, y'all. The pension pimps are cashing in their 401ks. They're cashing in their IRAs. They just throwing it all to the wind. He's like, I don't want to leave this earth without having something resembling sexual variety. So he's like, man, screw it. What good is this money going to do me if I spent my whole damn life on bread and water? So this is what they doing. This is what they're doing. Okay. This is for his mom. Congratulations, Mom. Anywhere, everywhere. He's like, hey, the ladies love me. Sheryl Parker. Okay. Then I saw this picture right here. Damn! Okay. What's up to Ariel Peterson? She works for the Philadelphia School District, and she's a graduate of Cheney University with a master's from Lincoln University. She's also a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Okay. Couldn't help but notice he's throwing that bald head right on top of her there. Couldn't help but notice he's throwing that bald head right on top of her now. He's not approaching. When you got the other chick back here, it's like, oh, you ain't so cute. Let me keep some distance. Oh, she going to Cheney University too. But he's like, yeah, let me keep some distance. Yeah, let me keep some distance. This one over here is like, hey, boo. Yeah, buddy. He said, let me slap this bald head upside you. Let me do that right quick. Okay. Alrighty then. To all my married women listening here tonight, I'm sure if your husband was doing this, I'm sure you'd be like, Jason, ain't nothing. I'm not insecure. Where my married women at tonight to let us know that if this were your husband, you would not be insecure? Where my married women at to let us know, Jason, I'm not insecure about that. My husband can throw that bald head up against any other chick face he want to. I ain't worried about that. I'm not insecure like you, Jason. Okay. All right. So yeah, in retrospect, it makes a hell of a whole lot of sense now when you see that and hear that. It's rough on these fellas out here today, man. It's rough. It's rough. Everybody's lying about what the situation is and nobody be honest about it. It is rough out here. And this is what happens when weak men enter the pool. Or should I say the situation we have right now where the pool is overrun by weak males. Weak males make hard times for everybody. Weak males make hard times for everyone. Weak males sit up here and drive down the value of being a male and drive up the cost of sexual access because these guys are forever tricking. It's terrible. Many of them are out here just straight lying about everything, not even being halfway truthful. It's just, man, screw it. Just go ahead and lie. Just lie about it. Somebody tagged me in a post here today on Facebook. For those of you who don't think I actually look at my tags on Facebook, I actually do. This next part here is not safe for children. Like I say, there's some adult language here that I didn't get bleeped out here before I could get to broadcast time. But they tagged me in a video about these fellas talking about they've been married all this time. And actually, I don't even love my wife. It's like, oh, man. What? Let me go ahead and explain it to you right quick.
That's your question. Are you in love with your wife? No, me either. What? I don't believe in that shit anyway. It's it's overrated. No, listen, the wife. Listen, okay. See, you gotta explain that shit to me then. I had a feeling. No, I'm not in love with my wife. Why? No, I don't even know her. Why? This is our 8th. Hold on, we got married in 2016. This is year number 8. September 8th we'll be married 8 years. No. No. Ruby D and Ozzie Davis, right? Yeah. 65 years married or something crazy, right? Yeah. So when he died, Will and Jada went over there. This is before all the Will and Jada. Yeah. They went over there for like some type of talk, counseling talk. She goes, Ruby, who's 80, 90, she goes, how long you known that boy? And Jada said, 20 years. And she goes, you don't know him, honey.
Shit.
Yeah. All my relationship with my wife is a relationship with myself. I'm just discovering parts of me, bro. Yeah. We're lying to ourselves so fucking much to hold up this story or this ideal,
The fantasy.
without, as opposed to just really fucking dealing with what's there and accepting it
Well,
to the best of your ability.
I understand this. Now, how do you get women to understand that?
You
get them to bow out of the fantasy.
You get them by you bowing out. And my wife thinks she's in love.
Does this sound like men? Does this sound like male psychology? Or does this sound like a bunch of females sitting around justifying they hoeing? Think about that for a few moments. Does this sound like the way that men rationalize and exchange ideas and talk about this? Does this sound like it's coming from a masculine place, or does this sound like exactly what you would expect to hear from a bunch of females sitting around discussing or justifying their hoeing? When you hear the rationales they're using and how they're using it and how they're invoking it, they're talking about their feelings. I'm just getting to know myself. Men don't talk like this. As men, we don't talk like this about making a decision based on your feelings. I'm doing it. I'm just getting to know myself. This is what happened. This is what happened to the married dudes.
Me, probably. It's a buzzword. Yeah. It's a concept that's been propagated that we've adopted and creates an unrealistic expectation that we look for, and when it's not present, we feel something is wrong.
Yeah, we've allowed that to condition ourselves to that concept being a governance.
Then y'all wonder why single men don't want to hang around married dudes. Then y'all wonder why it is this is what happens when you get a group of married dudes together and let them talk. This kind of weird stuff is what goes on. You get them together and it sounds like a PTA meeting. There's a reason why nobody listens to this stuff except to mock it, because you get them together and this is what they start talking about. I don't even like it. I'll be damned. Guarantee their wife is somewhere talking about, I think it's a great, okay. He said, man, I don't even like that heifer. And remember, I explained to you all before what the fundamental problem with that is. As a man expected to be protector and provider, those are two separate functions, one of which could cost you your life. You got to be 10 toes down for somebody. I don't know what your individual definition of quote unquote love is. I do know one thing. Somebody explained this to me. How do you agree to willingly stand in front of bullets for a woman that you don't love? Explain that to me, somebody. Give me the rationale where you can explain that to me. Explain to me, one of your red pill gurus, somebody explain to me, as the man in a relationship, I don't care how you define love. As you all know, love means many different things to many different people. But whatever your definition of love is, tell me the definition of love that allows you to stand in front of bullets for that woman you're with and you don't love her. I don't love her, but I'm willing to stand in front of bullets for her. Explain that to me, because whatever value you're about to put on her, I can put that value on a bunch of other things. So she's been commoditized. Have you ever thought that these fellas are just resentful? Yeah, when we start explaining it like this and actually applying some logic and you say, ooh, hell, that made a lot of sense, Jason. Yeah, how do you stand in front of bullets for somebody that you don't love? I sure can. Get him over here to explain it to you. And even if they attempt to explain it to you there, by the way, just get everybody else to agree, oh yeah, that makes sense. I would stand in front of bullets for somebody I don't love after this guy explained it. Whoever it is will try to explain it to you. Whatever explanation they try to give it to you, I would be thrilled to hear what it is that would get the rest of you to say, yep, oh yeah, sign me up. Sign me up. There are a lot of angry, bitter folk out here. And when you go out and you're making transactions, what you got to understand, as a man, you're not making the same damn transaction that she is. There's a reason why this is so damn bad. This is so damn bad because what Sheryl Lee Ralph is telling you is that she is with a man and she does not have passion for him. He is expendable. He can be there. He cannot be there. He cool. When a woman is passionate about a man, the words would never fall out of her mouth. I'm over here and he over there. And when I want to see him, it's okay. And when I don't, bye. Because what you're describing is an open marriage. You're really describing all the mechanics of an open marriage. But it's even worse than that because you see, the females, and you can go in the comment sections of these videos, the females were all chipping it up and loving it and talking about it all crazy. They were loving that right up until somebody makes a comment about open marriage, and all of a sudden the females turned on it. The females were cheering Sheryl Ralph on right up until you said the words open marriage. Then the females stopped. The females in the comment sections, that's where they drew the line, is when you said open marriage. Let me take you even further. Let me take you all even further into this because I want you to understand a few things. There are warning signs. There were warning signs. There are warning signs. There are warning signs all over. There are warning signs all over. What is that man's name? His name is Vincent. I say man advisedly. That man on your screen, his name is Vincent Hughes. That man on your screen, his name is Vincent Hughes. What is his wife's name? Damn! By the way, his name is Vincent Hughes. What is his wife's name? For all these years, those two have been quote unquote married. By the way, nobody else has even mentioned what I just said. By the way, his name is Vincent Hughes. And she proudly presents herself to the world as Sheryl Lee Ralph. Now, a bunch of you who've known her, seen her in entertainment for decades, yeah, I can understand how that might have gotten by you, except when you were told that she was married, and she's like, yeah, damn that nigga. I am Sheryl Lee Ralph. And that is it. Ain't nothing else. And by the way, does that sound familiar? Nigga, please. Does that sound familiar to somebody else? Not only did Richard Lawson have to sit with Tina Knowles, you sitting with Tina Knowles. Tina Knowles wasn't even with you with her maiden name. Tina Knowles brought over her ex-husband's name. All I can say here is to the whole damn world out here, there's a reason why, and eventually I'm going to have to do a whole program about pinching pimping. The older they get, the worse it gets. If you are a young lame, you're just going to be an old lame. They're cleaning out their pensions. They're cleaning out their 401ks. They're cleaning out their lottery winnings. This is all on the table. They don't have any self-respect because these guys have never been the dude that females want to be with. They might have slummed with a bunch of hoes, but they've never been the guy that the it females gravitated to. So as they've gotten older, now they have to leverage cash money for female companionship. That's what it is now. And their options are getting progressively lower and worse. I'm going to say what it is. Sheryl Ralph is 68 years old. I've been cashing in that AARP. I'm not even going to be nice about this tonight. 68 years old. You can't be a sex symbol at 68, y'all. She look good for 68. She look good for 68. That's like saying a pair of track shoes looks good for 5 years old. What are you talking about? Okay, but don't tell me it's a hot commodity. What is the bidding price for a well-used 68-year-old who been in the entertainment business? Tell me what the hell the resale value for that is. Who's bid? What's the top dollar bid? And who's the dummy gonna belly up to the bar for that? This isn't about a television show. It's not about a movie. The real issue here is when you're talking about wife material, I'm like, okay, 68 years old. Who in the hell is sitting up here talking about, I need that? Okay. This is why the internet is poison. The internet is cancer. A bunch of dudes sitting there licking their iPhone screens for grandma's gone wild. And meanwhile, she got a husband make 6 figures. And she's so enthralled with him. She's 68 years old. I think he's the same age. And he makes 6 figures. And he's so great. It's so great that she's like, yeah, let me be in another damn state. That's what he can get, folks. That's what he can get at 68 years old, making 6 figures, making $143,000. If he was making 200 or 250, it'd be the same damn thing. She would still be sitting there saying that she's doing him a favor by being with him. Because he already took the deal. He took the deal when she was already past her market value. There's the issue. He took the deal then. He should have gone ahead and realized what the hell was going on. 68 years old, y'all. There's going to be folk here trying to talk that up. That's the crazy thing for men. Whenever it's women, they always say she looks good for 68. She looks good for 75. They never said that for men. It's never that way for men. You got to have all the pieces in place. You got to look good, be well paid. You got to be popular. It's never you just look good for your age. We don't ever get that. For a man, it's like, nigga, what else you got? So, yes, he's done spent 2 decades with this woman saying, I'm cool sleeping in separate beds. Could you all imagine Denzel Washington's wife, Paula, saying something like that about him? Could you imagine Paula saying that about Denzel? How the hell can you be in a happy relationship and your woman sitting there telling the world that she's aight when she sees you and she's aight when she don't? How are you supposed to be flexing and feel good about that? What the hell did you do with the last 2 damn decades? This was the best you could do? Some of you are joining us here a little bit late. This is what you get for doing that. One more time here for the slow bus people. Sheryl Ralph, they played some of her comments on The View about her, quote, marriage, if you dare call it this.
Year marriage, which includes living about 2,400 miles away from her husband, Pennsylvania State Senator Vincent Hughes. Take a look.
He has his own life. I have my own life. He has his own real career. I have my own real career. We also live in separate places. When I go to see him, love to see him. When it's time to leave, bye-bye, see you soon. I'm telling you, life is good.
Okay, let me tell you why this old lame ass nigga is putting up with this, and I'm gonna show y'all exactly why right now. Let me go ahead, put the kids to bed tonight, y'all, because I got to get gully with it.
You, life is.
There it is. Right there. There it is. Right there. Them crazy eyes. Now, every man knows what that means. Oh, she got them big bugged out crazy eyes. Now, we all know what that means. Quadruple X-rated, we already know. Okay, so at least the sexual thing is not an issue. I mean, 68 years old, but when you see them old crazy eyes on the broad, okay, every man knows what that means. Oh, wait a minute, them crazy eyes. Oh, man. Okay, but she telling you, she got the crazy eyes, but she telling you it's all right if I don't sleep in the same bed with you for 3 or 4 months out of the year. You think them crazy eyes gonna turn off because you ain't around? Or do you think them crazy eyes are going buck wild when you ain't around? So yeah, fellas, are just, you see the crazy chick and then you're like, oh, it's on like Donkey Kong. And you're right. All I'm saying is, by the way, this is the price you pay to have that. At 68. So if you want to know why the hell he is tolerating being a damn laughingstock and getting mocked in front of the damn world, is because little old lame square dudes who don't have any other options don't have the ability to put their damn foot down and say, oh, hell no, that's not going to happen. I don't just mean not going to happen. It's like, you're not going to disrespect me. That part right there. You had to have an ability to sit up and say, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is not about you agree or this, that, and the other. I want you in your heart of hearts to your bone marrow to understand you don't disrespect me. Even in your head while you asleep. If you think about disrespecting me, you better wake your ass up and slap yourself. But no, disrespect. Oh, no. That can't be a statement. That can't be a feeling. That can't be a thought. That can't be nothing. And the reason that it can't even exist is because at a moment's notice, if I have to leave this world over you, it's got to be because I was your everything. Let me explain to you, for those of you who didn't put together the logical fallacy there. The logical fallacy is, if you're expected to stand in front of bullets for that woman, then what you are saying is that she is your everything. How the hell do you stand in front of bullets for a woman who's telling you your damn face that you aren't her everything? There's the issue. There's the problem. There's the stumbling block. There's the barricade. That is the basic fundamental foundational disrespect. She's telling the world that you are not everything to her. She can sleep with you. She can sleep just fine without you. She can see you today. She cannot see you for 6 months. She cool. She doesn't even want your last name. How the hell do you show your face in public, man? And this woman who represents you is openly telling the world how little you mean. How did we get here? How did we get here? How did this generation get here? How did it get this damn bad? How did it sit up here and fall through the damn cracks like this? How did it get terrible like this? It's gotten terrible like this for a long damn time. It's been this way for a long damn time. There's a bunch of that going on out there. The reason why is because the average chick feels that way. Over there on the left, you got some chick from Instagram who now can't get 2,000 people to like her post. Shaquille O'Neal sitting up here sleeping with everything that works at Publix. Damn! Think about that for a few moments. You got a bunch of old niggas who sat up here and talking about how much money they got and how well known they got, and they're laying up with the little nobody. I mean, that's their damn one night stand. That's their jump off, is a little nobody chick with chest tattoos. Not the baddest of the bad. So let me get this straight. The girl who bags the groceries at Trader Joe's is eligible to sleep with an NBA legend? And you think that's not going to go to her head because she sat up here putting out photos of him? You think that's not going? She can't handle that. A female cannot handle that. She's like, I'll be damned. She was telling herself, if I could sleep with Shaquille O'Neal, I bet you I could keep Shaquille O'Neal. And Shaquille O'Neal's like, baby, look, I just need some free sexual access. I'm a lame. I've always been big and awkward. Chicks don't dig me. If I didn't play in the damn NBA, nobody would know I existed. So I'm leveraging this NBA thing and this NBA money so I can go grab the average girl who works down at AMC Theater. And of course, she went and ran her damn mouth. Told the whole damn world, I was with Shaquille O'Neal. I was with Shaquille O'Neal. That was her everything. Shaquille O'Neal is not dating NBA cheerleaders. He's not dating top models. He ain't doing the Tom Cruise, Leo DiCaprio thing, the Michael B. Jordan thing. Shaq ain't doing none of that. That's my point. You take a look at the broads that them fellas are bagging. Then you take a look at what Shaquille O'Neal been with ever since Shawnee left him. This fella here is sitting up here making millionaires out of chicks who work down at the car wash. And he's just one among many. That's my point. He went from Shawnee to Big Lots. The girls that you all are trying to talk to down at Home Depot, literally Shaquille O'Neal is trying to talk to the same girls at Home Depot. Literally. Think about that for a few moments. Then you wonder why it is that you think her body count don't matter. Because as I said, you don't know who's in that damn body count. When there's NBA players in your chick's body count, she thinks that she's top shelf. I want the fellas to understand how we got here. How weak men create hard times for other men. And Shaq is just one. Y'all know these females been talking for years about all kinds of rappers, not just Drake. Pretty much every rapper you can name. A$AP Rocky. Every rapper you can name has done popped up in some chick's DMs. He goes off, he gets a record deal. If he gets a platinum record, hell, if he gets a wood record, he's popping up in DMs. Hey, baby, you know, I got a song on the radio. And I mean, he's throwing money. It's just, there it goes. He's like a broken ATM, just cash flying. This is how weak men create hard times for other men. What good is it to be an NBA legend who is internationally known if this is the best you can do? What good is it? And please understand, that little scummy broad, because she slept with Shaquille O'Neal, she is now going to tell every fella after that he needs to be some global superstar because she slept with Shaquille O'Neal once because that's what his big goofy doofy ass does. I'm letting you fellas know. Fellas, those of you at college, you at Howard, you're at these schools and whatnot and can't figure out why it is the chicks, and your damn, she's 20 years old and acting sedity and crazy as hell. And he's like, she act like she's a star, bro. You ain't seen her DMs. Yeah, she a little average chick, but to a social underachiever like Shaquille O'Neal is not good socially. Shaquille O'Neal is a social dud. The fella who picks up cans on the side of Interstate 95 has more personality than Shaquille O'Neal. Okay, so Shaq got to leverage fame and notoriety and money. He got to use that because personality ain't gonna work for him. You have personality. You can leverage that. The chick you trying to talk to, 20 years old and Howard, just understand, if she slept with some dude in the NFL combine, that's the reason why she's talking to you nutty. That's the reason why you're like, okay, you can see her sexual marketplace value. She's like, you don't know. I sleep with athletes. I sleep with professional. Fellas, give me the football emoji in the chat room if you have a female that you've been with. I ain't talking about one you just talked to. A female that you have been with, she was your girlfriend, and she told you that she slept with a professional athlete. Give me the football emoji in the chat room if you have dated, been in a relationship with a female who's told you that she slept with a pro athlete. And hit the likes button for me. It's over 2,200 people in here live. If folks do not like tonight's program here, I'm hurting feelings. We got Arctic storms coming through, so who knows, I might duck out early if I'm offending you too badly. But I'm talking about just the athletes. I'm not talking about entertainers in general. Just the athletes. I slept with a pro athlete. And she talking like she flexing. She's talking like that's a flex. I want you to understand, from her perspective, it is. Fellas, I want you to understand what a female means when she says that. When she says, I've dated pro athletes, that means she got laid on top of. She's trying to signal to you, by the way, I could do much better than you. She's never going to forget that. As far as she's concerned, she can do better than you. And that's her sneaky way of leaking it out to you that, in her opinion, she could do better than you. Yeah, because you got tons of guys like Shaquille O'Neal and Scottie Pippen and every other Joe Smith and every other damn washed up nigga from the NFL, the NBA, MLB. That's what you going up against. Michael Irvin hanging out in the damn hotels in Dallas. I didn't say he did nothing with that woman there, but I'm like, Michael, come on now. No, these old fellas are like, man, cash me out. I just wanted you to understand why it is you're getting that reception that you are. It's not just them. When you think about it for a few moments, Skip Bayless was reportedly getting ready to drop 1.5 mil on the chick over there on the right, Nushin Faraji. I did a whole damn program about that, read the whole file. Think about that for a few moments, fellas. Do you think you're ever going to get Nushin Faraji to think that being a single mom was a mistake? After some of the athletes at Fox Sports Net were winking at her, and then Skip Bayless was allegedly offering 1.5 mil. Do you think you're ever going to convince her that being a single mom is a liability? Okay, what about all the other females who read this story and saw this, and they've been laid on top of by a pro athlete somewhere in Washington State? Tiger Woods was sleeping with Tiger Woods was sleeping with every waitress in the state of Florida. Damn! If she was waiting tables in the state of Florida, Tiger Woods was trying to get at her. If she was white and waiting tables in the state, if it was a white woman waiting tables in the state of Florida, Tiger Woods was like, that's my lane. Not females who are accomplished, not doctors, not lawyers, not females who actually had some ambition in life. It's just, let me grab the little old raggedy chick, or let me get this over here. He's like, I need a chick with an entry-level job application. That's what Tiger was going for. Think about that for a few moments. Okay, and he slept with dozens of them. Do you know what that's done to their damn mindsets? How are you going to deal with any of them after they've been with Tiger Woods? They're going to tell themselves, okay, well, that's where I rate at them. When you show up, she's going to be talking you dog ass crazy. Somebody said Kobe Bryant. When you laying up with the damn hotel desk clerk, you just checked in and she's like, let me punch this key card for you. Let me give you the grand tour of your hotel suite. Kobe just got off the plane. And we can go down the list. You want to know why it is that the sexual marketplace is so screwed up right now? If you want to know why it is, it's because weak men create hard times for other men. Weak men do that. It's the only thing that they can do. That's all. They do that a lot. Let me go ahead and break some more hearts out here right quick. Oh, I ain't done with you yet. I got to go ahead and read the mail for you. Damn right. We're going to go ahead and get to Russell Simpson. Whole bunch of folk are angry with me right now. They mad as hell with me right now. Some of these dog-ass, dumb-ass folk out here were angry as hell because you are so determined. The truth of the matter is there are so many males, not even females. There's a bunch of males out here who are Ciara groupies and ass kissers. You got a bunch of males out here. They're having nostalgia sex in their minds for Ciara. They're groupies to Ciara to this damn day. Some of y'all grew up watching VH1 or whatever the hell it was, and you're still carrying a candle for her ass to this day. She's married to a whole damn dude over here, and you, don't you talk about my Ciara now. She doing good. I was happy for her. It's kind of clown-ass jackasses we got out here. Well, they didn't like it when I stood up here and just gave a simple analysis. Russell Wilson's career is over. It's been over for a long time now. It's been over since Seattle. Ain't a damn thing you can do or say about it. That is what it is. Shaquille O'Neal ain't the only one sitting in that damn boat. It is what it is. And you don't have to be happy about it or like it, but you better be rational. Well, a bunch of folks don't want to be rational because, it worked for me. If I cheer on Ciara, maybe there'll be another Ciara out there somewhere who'll give me a chance. Okay. Folks be out here in their delusional ass crackhead fantasies. Well, Russell Wilson, as I pointed out, when the season started, I said it's already over. A bunch of folk didn't like that. Bunch of folks didn't like that. Well, thought we'd just say another thing here. Predominantly orange. You don't have to like it. I'm not going to get into football stuff too deeply, but I'm going to get into it a little bit here. Another unsurprising Russell Wilson report keeps proving Broncos right. The Denver Broncos were initially under a lot of fire for cutting Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson crashed and burned down the stretch with the Steelers in 2024. And another report coming out further proves Broncos made the correct decision. Denver's decision to cut Wilson last season and take an NFL record $85 million in dead cap was quite the bold move, but the front office clearly thought it needed to be done. Ever since, the Broncos drafted Bo Nix with the 12th overall pick in 2024 NFL draft and made the playoffs. Now, I think they made the playoffs and then promptly got knocked out of it. But by the way, Russell Wilson signed a one-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers, went 6-5 as a starter, and was the starter for the Steelers' 5-game losing streak to end the season. You think Denver is sad to see him go? You think Pittsburgh is happy to have him? Well, he ended the season here. He won a 5-game losing streak. And to make matters worse, and I don't mean to be mocking here, but to make matters worse, ain't this a son of a gun? He needs some condolences. Not only did he have a 5-game losing streak, the very next week, his dog dies. I'm not even going to play a sound drop for that. He gets his team knocked out of the season, and then the very next week, his dog dies. Season's over. Next week, dog drops dead. It's rough. It's rough. I'd like to leave it there, but I'm not. I'm not like to leave it there, but I'm not, because I posted here when I said 5 straight losses. But let me guess, it's still not Russell Wilson's fault, despite his passing performance during that game with the Ravens. Remember, they played the Ravens 3 times this year. They beat them the first time. I had jackasses in my damn comments section sitting up here talking about, nobody thought they were going to beat the Ravens. And I said, well, they beat them the first time they played them. Who thought they were going to beat the Ravens? And I'm like, excuse me, they played them 3 times this year and they beat the Ravens the first time. So, yeah, there were plenty of you who thought that they could beat the Ravens. They had already done it once. Except Russell was in charge when they went back, and then things went downhill. So, yeah, a lot of you thought they could make it. And when you go through here, there's a bunch of dudes sitting up here trying to sit up here and stick up for Russell Wilson. And I got one question to ask you. Just taking a look at Russell Wilson on paper, his age, how many teams he's taken to losing seasons, that hamstring, that calf injury, his performance since. If this were any other quarterback, Joe Montana, the Peyton brothers, the Mannings, Peyton Manning and Eli Manning, if this were Roethlisberger, Troy Aikman, if this were any other quarterback, would you be sitting here talking about, well, it's the team, though. Jason, he a good quarterback. It's just the team is bad. The team was bad in Seattle and Denver and Pittsburgh. Everywhere he goes, he's a fantastic quarterback. It's just the rest of the team. Who the hell are these single mother hoes raising these dudes out here today?
And deal with it, nigga.
What about when they won 4 games in a row? What about that? Nobody said the problem was the team when they were on a winning streak. Now, when they had a winning streak, wasn't no problem with the team. The team was fine. Soon as Russell starts losing, the team is, he great, the team messed up. They weren't messed up when they were on a winning streak. You want to know what it is that emboldens all the hoes? Did he say hoes? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
You want to know what emboldens the hoes, fellas? When you do stupid stuff like in my comment section here, where you are such Ciara ass kissers that you're trying to hold up Russell Wilson because you're still carrying a candle for Ciara. When literally, if this were any other quarterback in the league in NFL history, you would not be talking this way. If this was Donovan McNabb, you wouldn't be sitting up here splaining and throwing excuses. If this was Bobby Hebert, you wouldn't be saying that. Dan Marino, you wouldn't be saying that. Joe Namath, Terry Bradshaw, you wouldn't be talking like that if it was anybody else. Tim Tebow, you name them. You wouldn't be talking that way if it was anybody else. Oh, yeah, but there's nobody else married to your high school crush neither. So you looking at Ciara and sitting up here making excuses. Because you want her to win so you can sit there and touch yourself and rub yourself at night vicariously. Yeah, I said it. And this is why the chicks on your timeline talk and act the way that they do. And this is why the female down there at Publix and Trader Joe's and Whole Foods and Kroger's is sitting up there looking at you like she's some sort of celebrity in her own right. She's barely making minimum wage. She drives a Honda Civic, but she's sitting up there looking at you as if she's doing you a favor by looking at you. Did you ever wonder why? And we're honest with, by the way, there are so many degenerate, dejected, beaten down, completely defeated, weak males out here. Man, they are throwing the whole damn kitchen sink. They're throwing everything. With reckless abandon, they can't afford to say no. What I'm telling you is that if you're Scottie Pippen, are you telling me that there are 0 females in your DMs? If you're Shaquille O'Neal, there's 0 females in your DMs, Shaq, when you done made it clear that you the trick king? There are no females in your DMs. You have to go headhunting for the minimum wage workers. You have to do that? Really, Shaq? There's nothing in your DMs. Or maybe it's because you're intimidated because it's like, oh, hell. They actually want a conversation. He's like, look, can I just go buy something? Because the truth of the matter is Shaquille just wants a one-night stand. He's just like, look, I'm looking for a female to give some companionship for a few hours and let me get on my way. And I don't have enough of a personality to get there spontaneously on my own. Can I just buy something, damn it? And what I'm telling the fellas and the men around the world is that, and by the way, and tonight's broadcast is not just for America. What? Oh, no. Tonight's broadcast goes around the world. Tonight's broadcast goes around the world. Because if you're in the UK, if you're in Europe, if you're in Africa, South America, y'all know how your damn footballers get down? You know how your footballers get down? You know how your baseball players get down in the Caribbean? Y'all know they're the biggest damn tricks on the planet. They got 3 and 4 broads, Gucci down. They make the American players look cheap by comparison. So all around the world, that's what it is. So I don't care where you are. You're in London. You're in Lebanon. You wondering why it is the chicks there talking to you nutty and crazy. It's like, dude, she been run through by the soccer team, man. And she's waiting for one of those dudes to give her a call back. And she's going to be like, okay, the last time you slept with me, but this time you need to make a commitment. You can't just sleep with me and move on. You got to make a commitment to me. This is literally where we're at today. They're sitting up here getting run through by the offensive team lineup and then waiting for one of them to call him back later so she can try to muscle him into doing more than just laying up on her because she's told herself that she has more value than that, and in reality, she damn well don't. And he's too lame to tell her the truth, and she's too narcissistic and dense to accept reality. So that's why she was putting out pictures of Shaquille, because she wanted to prove that she had been with him, because in reality, she was upset because, Shaq was like, look here, baby, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And Shaquille didn't know how to make that happen. Say what you want to about P. Diddy. He knew how to let chicks know, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And they got to agree to that on the front end. Shaquille O'Neal's so damn lame, he can't even insist on that on the front end. He's got to sit up here and show up publicly. He got chicks who can show this stuff publicly. Here's Shaquille in my DMs begging. He in my DMs begging. And a bunch of your soccer players, I'll call them footballers over there, soccer, rugby, badminton, tennis. These fellas are out here, I'm talking about buying gifts, flying chicks from other countries. You thought you was doing big business when you paid that $96 to put that chick on Spirit Airlines. You got soccer players who'll spend $4,000 to fly a chick in from Westminster. They'll pay thousands. Think about that for a few moments. They're weak males. They got big bank accounts, but they're weak. And because they are out here, unfortunately, we can't just go sequester them all together and segregate them away in a pig pen. We can't do that. So they're out here amongst the rest of us, contaminating the damn environment. So they're going around places and whatnot and showing up places, and social media just killed the damn game for them, because now it's like, oh, that made convenience to get their sneaky links together. And you have no idea what the hell's going on. That chick ain't never been to a 5-star nothing. She ain't never been to a VIP nothing. She ain't never had a $10,000 nothing. And here these dudes show up. And there they go. And that's just the athletes tricking off here. We started off the program talking about fundamental weakness. When you have guys like Sheryl Ralph Lee's husband, he is so devoid of dignity and integrity and a spine that he's allowing her to go on international television and clown the dog mess out of him. And this is the plight of most men today. I'm just the only person here who's going to be honest with you. This is what it's really like. They get old, they get lame, they get wore out. Now they're out here making deals. I just thought you should know this is how the deal went. I do not advise you about the necessity of being respected because it sounds like a good slogan. I advise you about that because it is essential. If a woman's loyalty is to your resources, that's a problem. She's supposed to admire the man and admire your resourcefulness, not just your resources. Shaquille O'Neal is not resourceful. He lacks a personality. He lacks drive. And here's the problem. Shaquille, the reason why the women don't respect you is because a man of your stature who will sleep with the average chick working down there at Costco, you are not, those women don't respect you. You're supposed to be above them. You're supposed to be an exclusive product. And when you show them that any chick can get it, what you've done is you've destroyed your value among all women. Because what you let them know is that you don't discriminate. You don't distinguish. You got to take what you can get. Dude, you're slumming. He's not even amongst the glamorous chicks out there. So what I'm saying is there's nothing to raise your image. All this tells the females is you have no leverage. You have no ability. You've driven your own value into the damn dirt. That's what you've done. You trash your value. What good is it to be with Shaquille O'Neal when Shaquille O'Neal is DMing the hoes who work down there at Ace Hardware? What good is that? How do you sit up here and flex whenever you sit up here and try to put a picture of him, even if you did have a picture of you and him together, how are you going to flex about that knowing full damn well Shaquille chase anything, baby. You ain't nothing to flex over. There's nothing to flex about. It is important that we as men understand the fellas who are out here messing up the whole damn game for every damn body else. A 68-year-old Sheryl Ralph Lee is supposed to be scared to death to sit up here and disrespect that man. Talk about her career. What the hell value does her career have? At 68 years old, and she's discussing the value of her career. What she's saying is, I don't need a man. Or she let you know she doesn't just not need you financially. She doesn't need you emotionally. She doesn't need you socially. That woman's supposed to be talking about you like the bee's knees. She's supposed to be talking about you like she worships you. She's supposed to be talking about you like you're the most important thing in the damn world. She's 68 years old. One wrong step on the stairs and down she goes. There goes the knee. Am I going to do it here tonight? I'm going to do it here tonight. You can be upset if you want to. Be mad as you want to. I tried to warn people about this before. There was an issue with some of your old red pill gurus out here telling you about how you needed to worry about dying alone and that your priority needed to be having somebody to drive you to your damn medical appointments. Fellas, if it deteriorates to that point today, this is not your grandmama and your great-grandmama's day. Your grandmother saw your grandfather fundamentally differently than the way the female you sit next to today sees you. Your grandmother did not see your grandfather as a status symbol because of the job he worked at. She saw him as a status symbol relative to the other males in his city. The female you talking to today has talked to fellas around the planet. So she's gauging you against the men of the globe. So she's not grateful simply because you're outdoing the fellas down there on Gray Street. So you have a jaded, warped view of how she sees you. Your competition is global. And if you think that it's a flex to say, well, don't worry, baby, I'll drive you to your damn medical appointment. You need to give me your loyalty and allegiance because I'm the guy who drove you to your medical appointment. I'm not even married, and even I know that don't mean a damn thing. I mean, maybe if she gets 80 or 90 years, by the time that actually matters to a woman, basically she has not only passed sexual viability, she's passed physical viability. She basically is an old organism in need of maintenance and constant caretaking. She gotta take it easy. So now she'll be grateful to you. Now she will appreciate your presence now that she's in the octogenarian club. But when she still had the ability to gain random men's sexual attention, you didn't have that. It's only when all the other options have evaporated, now you're trying to pat yourself in the back and say that's what you got. Fellas, I know during the pandemic you had some of your old red pill gurus who taught you that. I'm just telling you right now, you were deceived, you were bamboozled, you were lied to. It ain't real. And women don't think that way. There's not a single female in here today who's saying, you know what, Jason, I appreciate having a man who will be able to take me to my doctor's appointments. That's really high on my list of priorities. Hell no. All the females are in here like, if I need to get to a doctor's appointment, I'll call an Uber or they'll probably have a medical van come get me. I don't need a man for that. Now that's reality, fellas. That's reality. You think you're going to be able to flex on that? She's like, if I need to get a doctor's appointment, damn you, I got Uber. And there's not a single female in here right now who going to argue with me. Not a single one of them disagrees with a word I just said. Not even one syllable. All of them are all like, well, actually, yeah, I mean, just to get to a doctor's appointment, I can do that. And you're sitting here because somebody during the pandemic deceived y'all into thinking that was some sort of accolade on your resume. And then you couldn't figure out why it didn't work. It didn't work when he was telling you about it. It doesn't have value, not the value you think it does. Not the value you think it does. You want to be respected, but as a man, you need to understand that you have to be honest with yourself. Being respected means being admired. It means being looked up to. Okay, but if you're not beating out the rest of your competition, she can't look up to you. And Sheryl Ralph Lee is looking for a nigga she can look up to. And she doesn't have him. And she's 68 years old and she didn't think that this was going to be the way it was going to end. And so she is angry and resentful of the male that she's got because she's been waiting for him. Let me just go ahead and explain to y'all right now. So Vincent Hughes, Sheryl Ralph Lee's husband, he is a state senator, not a U.S. senator. He's a state senator in Pennsylvania. According to Pennsylvania's government website, he makes $147,000 is his salary. $147,000. But there's also one other problem with Vincent Hughes. We're discussing power dynamics, and there's no other outlet, no other person who's explained this to you all the way I have tonight. And I want you to keep this in mind, fellas. Keep this the rest of your lives, because you will need this so you can avoid fallacies. The problem is not just financial. Remember, to be an alpha, you have to have several dimensions, not just one. Or at least a female is ideally looking for several dimensions, not just one. Somebody said, what's wrong with a state senator? Nothing's wrong with a state senator if you're dating the chick who works down at the Waffle House.
And deal with it, nigga.
That doesn't work if you're dating a female who has lived in Hollywood for the last 4 decades. That's what's wrong with it. That's what's wrong with it. You are not. She is a person who lives on her ability to have appearances and image and impress people. You don't impress anyone as a state senator in Pennsylvania. Why? Because he's been there for years and he's not going anywhere. Damn! There's the part y'all didn't realize. Vincent Hughes isn't going anywhere. He's not in line to run for governor. He's not in line to run for U.S. Senate or U.S. House of Representatives. He is a state senator. That's all he's been. And it at 68, and that's pretty much what it's going to be. I'm an hour into the program before I even got around to that. Nobody mentioned this before now because you haven't considered the dimensions of it. And I wanted to see if anybody was going to try to jump. I knew that. No, you didn't. You hadn't considered this, even though I spelled it out. Financially, he's, as far as she's concerned, financially, he's underachieving. Socially, he's underachieving. And competitively, he's underachieving. She married to a state senator from Pennsylvania. He's not going any higher. In other words, the amount of status and value that he brings today, that's all it's ever gonna be. And she's letting you know that she thinks very highly of herself. But she's with a man who's already maxed out. And she's showing you that no matter how much she might like the benefits, the bottom line is she doesn't respect him because, yeah, you've maxed out, dude. You're not going anywhere else. We've already seen the most from you. And she's letting you know, I'm still married to him, but yeah, by the way, I mean, it is what it is. Financially, he's not stellar. Do you understand that being in Pennsylvania, even if he made twice the amount of money that he does, even if he made $350,000 or if he made $300,000 a year, $300,000 a year, okay, and even if he did, so what? He can't go and get a house in the Hamptons or in Hollywood Hills, even if it didn't burn down, or the Palisades, even if it wasn't nuked. He's not going to Hollywood Hills. It's not happening. So the people that she rubs elbows with on these television shows, he will never be able to enter the room. She doesn't get any sort of status boost from being married to him, and that hurts. The truth of the matter is that the fellas, please understand what it is that the women are lying to you about. I've been telling you now for decades, and a lot of fellas don't want to accept it because that's a brutal thing, because that transcends money. Fellas, you can be many things in this world, but a woman can't truly admire you if she doesn't look up to you. And every fella wants to have the pretty chick. Pretty chicks want to be with a man who is admired by other people. So you can't be passionate about her because she's not one of the pretty chicks, but the pretty chicks are not passionate about you because she's looking for a tremendous level of output and performance to match where she feels she is. Sheryl Ralph Lee feels like she needs to be with Denzel. Y'all know it. Y'all know it. Sheryl Ralph Lee thinks that she's supposed to be with Denzel or Samuel L. Jackson. Like all the other black Hollywood stars, or all Hollywood stars, period. She tells herself she's supposed to be the man at the top, even though she herself is not the woman at the top. But you know She does. Okay, well, since you are the fella down there at the state senate and you ain't trying any harder, she's just hanging with you, but she's making it very well known that, by the way, I'm gonna punish you. For your lack of performance, I'm going to punish you. You're nothing to brag about. And that's what's eating her alive. That's what eats every female alive. Fellas, a woman wants to know that she can brag on you. I wonder why she married him. Because she was getting old, because she was getting lonely. They've been married for 20 years? That means that she was 48. If they've been married for 20 years, she's 68 now. She was about 48 when they got together. Dude, she was like, oh, time to cash out. And there are too many males who think they won because they grabbed a broad who cashed out, not realizing, dude, you were just the last train leaving. Fellas, the problem with being the ticket on the last train is that she doesn't respect you because she didn't really want you. That's a hell of a thing to do because you're going to be the guy who pays the most. That's the crazy part. You're the guy that she respects the least, but you're the one who's going to be expected to give the most. Because this isn't actually where she wanted to be. And you don't want to be honest with yourself that that's not actually where she wants to be. And even if you do that, Sheryl Ralph Lee and her husband, Vincent Hughes, because she won't take his last name. The real parallel there is between Russell Wilson and Ciara. Because that's what it really is. When you are simply the bailout, she doesn't respect you. She doesn't respect you because you took her, because it's so obvious it was a bailout and you took the deal. Fellas, that's the problem with making the deal, is because the female knows if you make the deal, yeah, she feels like she's the best you can do. And he's failed to demonstrate that it could be better than that, and that's where he's at now. So she was 48 years old and she took the last train leaving, and this was the man who was willing to marry her. And she's letting you know, passive aggressive, she's way beyond passive. She's way beyond passive. She's letting you know, yeah, he got his life and I got mine. Next. I've got so many married men listening to me right now. They hanging their heads. They're trying to figure out this. Every week I sit up here and say, man, don't even think we're going to take it easy on you. I got so many pension pimps who listen and whatnot. It's oh hell, they ain't liking it. And I want the other fellas, especially the young cats listening, I want you to understand why the environment is as screwed up as it is today. Everybody talks about the sexual marketplace is messed up, but they're not focusing on what the real damn problem is. The males are out here having less sex than ever. The females are getting run through more than ever. If the number of females getting run through drops, it's only because the top 10% pulls back on how many of them they running through. It will not be because the females ain't ready to throw it open. It's only because the fellas have decided to stop, that they want to decide to pull back. She's not with you. She doesn't like you. This is the best she could do. This is the most prestigious fella she could be with. She ain't digging it. It's not cool. You're beta as hell. She's leading. She's got the alpha energy. He got the beta energy. Fellas, I don't give a damn what these females tell you. It's the biggest damn lie in the world. You want to see that light in a woman's eyes. You take a look at her eyes. Ain't no damn light in it. Hasn't been a damn light there for a while. When she talks about her husband. Now when she talks about herself. Damn. Oh, well, take a look at them eyes when she talks about herself. I wouldn't even call that a light in the eyes, but you get the idea. Yeah, go stand in front of some bullets. Go stand in front of some bullets for that. With everybody and their mama talking about what the sexual marketplace is messed up, the sexual marketplace is messed up for a few reasons, but one of the top reasons is because, by the way, hey, fellas, did you know that she's looking for somebody she can admire and get geeked out over? If she can't get geeked out over you, I just want you to understand, man, that passive disrespect is there. That passive disrespect is there, and if you are the sad sack who sits up here and makes the deal and takes the deal, just understand she's not going to be grateful. Once she gets settled in, she's going to be like, oh well. Because by the way, here's the other thing. If you got to have side chicks, what the hell are you married for? That makes no damn sense. Why would you get yourself legally obligated to somebody? It's like, okay, hey, if that's what it is, why the hell do you have to marry her? Why the hell you have to marry her? We got to talk about the next thing. Oh, I'm going to get into it. We're going to talk about the next thing here, including these fellas that I showed you all here earlier. These are dudes who are just happy to have some sort of regular sexual access, but they ain't really thrilled about it. They gave up a whole lot of options. They don't have variety anymore, even if the chicks wasn't bad like that. They don't have variety anymore. Like, damn, this sucks. Now his best option is probably not giving him her best work anymore. And what these fellas are letting you know is, man, the wife, she cool people and everything, but... oh, man, I got to chase these hoes. Come on now. Let's just say it just like it is. The truth of the matter is, if you're a married man with side chicks, most of them don't have side chicks, by the way, but you're a married man who's going to sit up here and screw up your damn marriage and get yourself in trouble because you wish you had that option. And the truth of the matter is, you are going stir crazy inside because you're like, man, I'm married, but I'm trying to chase these hoes. I'm trying to chase these hoes, man. All this damn ramen noodles and single meal stuff. Oh, this is rough on me. Man, I'll stay married only if I can chase these hoes. I'll stay married so long as I can chase these hoes. That's what the reality is today. If these fellas would actually be honest with you all, which they won't be because they're not trying to sit in front of Judge Maybelline. Damn. So they won't be honest with you. But by the way, I gotta chase these hoes. I need to chase these hoes. I thought you was happily married. No, man. Yeah, bro. It's like, you know what the damn trap is, fellas? The damn trap is, after you get a year or two, if you got reliable sexual access for a year or two, that's it. You're going to be over it by then. You're going to be over it, and it's like, okay, what else she got? And then you realize, I'll be damned, she doesn't look as good after year 5 as she did at year 1. Now you stuck with like, oh, hell, lifetime? Then you ease your ass on. Oh, yes, I'm hurting a bunch of folks' feelings tonight. And then you ease your ass on down to the grocery store. You ease your ass to Publix. You go floating through the hospital somewhere. You run your... Next thing you know is some little young thing that actually looks cute for a damn change. She doesn't have crow's feet. She doesn't have single mom sag. She doesn't have cauliflower. Oh, you don't have to send her to the Kardashians people to get the damn cellulite out. You're like, I'll be damned. I could give you my whole damn pension. You sat there and looked at it. He said it when you saw the chick at the drive-thru at McDonald's. He was like, I'll be damned. I could give her my whole damn disability check. You're like, now that one would be worth it. I've got some passion. He would go for that. Yeah, that's the problem is you going to take your ass out somewhere and you're going to see something that really looks fly for a change. And then you're going to be like, I'll be damned. Ain't this messed up? You wait till I've been married for 12 years to give me the eye. I've been married for 12 years and then she come give me the eye. What'll it hurt if I just sneak on over here one time? What'll it hurt? I've been a good man. I pay the bills and I watch them damn stupid soap operas on that channel she be watching, and I put up with a funky ass mama and just, you let her have them kids over there and overpriced ass house and this damn neighborhood, and I work 60 hours a week, and her ass used to sit up here, and now her ass is all over here, and it's, oh man, I can't take it no more, I can't take it. Next thing you know, the truth of the matter is, don't you know, every one of these fellas is busting at the seams. He's like, man, I can't take it no more. I can't take it. He's like, I'm famished. That's what happens. I'm famished. I'm tired of seeing he can't stand the idea of seeing something that other men get to enjoy, and he feels like he's worked so much harder and done so much more, and he doesn't get to get it. He got to sit there with you and pretend he happy. He sees something a whole lot better, and he's like, how the hell is he supposed to be happy with that? He got to sit there and just let it walk on by so he can stay with you. Hell no! This is why all these chicks in here got a married man story. Damn! Stop lying, heifer. Over half the females in here listening to me right now have a married man story. Over half. And this is why as females get older, they become jaded about marriage, because they know full damn well, if you ain't the baddest of the bad, the man you get with is, if there's an escape latch, he gonna pull it. Damn Judge Wapner. Damn the divorce decree. Every female in here got a married man story. If they say they don't, okay, you can believe that. But every female in here got a married man story. And she get with fellas after a certain age, it's like, okay. If he come across anything even halfway good enough, it's like, oh, without hesitation. Without hesitation. Oh, I'm hurting some feelings tonight. But y'all know I'm telling the damn truth. I'm hurting some feelings tonight. You want me to take it easy? Can't do it. I got to tell it like it is. Can't do it. Weak men are making hard times, and while everybody else has been out there talking about the Sheryl Ralph Lee interview thing there, I'm the only person who's actually put it in its proper context for you so that you can understand exactly what went wrong, and that it was always wrong. It was never right. It was never okay. By the time they get back around to you, man, look here. They've been run over the water and through the woods by a bunch of weak males who've made things hard for everybody else. Don't you understand? Weak dudes sit up here and give away the damn farms. He's so famished. The stuff that you get easily, he got to, fight like hell to get it. He's like, oh, damn, he's putting in 10 times the effort. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the link to the Zoom is now open. You are certainly invited to go ahead and hit us up for that. You can do that there. I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, my man AO. Thank you very much for your support. Appreciate that. Ivy the Great, Larry's Anything Goes, Cadario, the BS is real, O'Brien. Yeah, fellas, weak men create hard times for everybody else. The sexual marketplace is screwed up right now because basically you're in an auction with some jackass who is over there paying 5 times what the market value is. That's one of the things that destroyed the automotive market over the course of the last 20 years. It used to be that when you went to the auto auctions, and I'm talking about if you had a dealer's license, it used to be when you went to the auto auctions, you got a real good deal on everything. If you were a dealer, the prices were where the hell they were supposed to be at. You go to those damn things today, man, you got folk up there bidding 2 and 3 damn times. They're paying more for used cars at the dealer auction than they are for the cars new. It's insanity. And while some of the numbers have begun to come down, what I'm saying is that's really what destroyed the car dealers auction market. Folk would go up in there and pay new prices for an old one. Well, that's what screwed up your sexual marketplace value today, fellas. Everywhere you go, as soon as they exit high school, and I'm just going to keep it PC and say that, as soon as they exit high school, the bidding is off the damn charts. The little ugly round one, the one carrying the 3 kids, I mean, they throwing top dollar. The fellas at the top are just using them and disposing of them. Then she shows up to you telling you that, by the way, you have to give her a life. Shaquille O'Neal didn't have to give her nothing, but you have to give her a life. So you didn't make Shaq do that, but I got to do that after Shaquille. So Shaquille didn't have to do it, but I got to do it after him. Okay. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. Makes perfect sense when you think about it. All right, let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. I got Jordan on Zoom. What's on your mind?
2 questions. Why do women check out after they get married? That's my first question. Like, what's the point?
Because just like anything else, when she is in competition, she gives maximum effort. In the words of Kevin Spacey from, I think it was American Beauty, after you've attained something, you cannot desire it anymore. You can only desire that which you don't have. Once you have it, you can't desire it anymore. You already possess it. So for females, it's just like anything else. The competition is in acquiring you. If she really wants you, and it's just like anything else, it's even twice that for men. For men, it's even twice the amount. But for women, she can only desire you until she has you. Once she has you, in what she tells herself is that whatever she did to get you, she was actually doing too much. Because remember, you're not her first man, so as far as she's concerned, she's owed a relationship. Men don't think that we're owed a relationship. Women think they're owed one. They've been told their whole lives that you are as wonderful and kind, and these men would be great to have you, and that you're going to be a princess and you're owed one. So here you show your dumb ass up, and you're slappy and stupid and dopey and don't realize that she's coming to you with the expectations that she's owed a relationship. She's owed a commitment. So she feels she's doing you a favor. Now you've married her and you think, okay, we're equals. I don't know. Does she admire you? Does she respect you? Does she look up to you? Because if she doesn't, buddy, she thinks she's doing you a favor. And so once she gets married, she's like, that's it. The deal is sealed. Bag acquired. I don't have to do anything else. That's it. And you're like, wait a minute. That wasn't the deal. She's like, speak for yourself.
No married guy I know right now is happy, seems like. Like, it's wild.
But that's the way it's always been.
My next question will be, if the men, again, they get into the marriage and then they end up not being happy, why do they stay so long? Like, they'll be like, I've been in it for 10 years and she just has
because it's cheaper. Once he gets in a marriage, he did not realize what he was actually signing. Brother, if y'all wanted to know what would make marriage way more sensible, if you all got married and were forced to talk to a lawyer. Damn! That's the point. That's the part they don't do with you all. They talk about you going to go see a damn marriage counselor. Damn that. Before a man gets married, you should be required to go talk to a divorce attorney. So he can tell you what will happen. As the attorney James Sexton said, all marriages end. 100% of marriages end, either in death or divorce. Okay, well, we can't help the death part, but you need to talk to a divorce attorney so he can tell you what happens if that second one occurs. Do you still want to follow through with this? Especially considering the fact that more than 50% of marriages end in not death, but divorce. Now, if you were required to do that before you stood in front of that minister, would you still take your vows if all those liabilities were that he told you you're about to take on all these liabilities? And if it was explained to you first, most men it's not. You're not marrying a woman, you're marrying the state. The state now gets to make the rules about what's going to happen next. That's why women push for marriage. They don't push for marriage. Most women do not push for marriage because they want you. They push for marriage because they think that they've been, quote, screwed over so many times previously that the next sucker who walks through that damn door, I'm going to get him before he gets me. And getting you means talking you into making a deal with the state. Because you're not a man she really admires or respects, but she wants to make sure that if she has sex with you, you got what you wanted and you can get up and leave. Now they act like you can take sex with you. You can't. But as far as she's concerned, you're taking that sex with you. Well, she wants to make sure that the next time she gets together with somebody, she wants to make sure that she walks away feeling like she's got the upper hand. And state marriage is what gives women in Western society the upper hand. Because she's like, not only can I control you, I can also punish you. Something I couldn't do before. If I don't give a man a ring or a baby, if he decides to leave, I can't punish him. Other than to do something illegal. We all know how that's going to go. Even though the states favor females. But she's like, I can't whoop your ass.
Yeah.
So this is the only other tool I have that would give me the leverage to punish you if things don't go the way I want it to go. So, fellas that up here today, like I say, it's not like it was during your grandparents' age. That was different. Your grandmother did not come to your grandfather with the same set of ulterior motives that have become commonplace in female culture today. That's the difference. So in today's society, fellas are getting married because most of them, they just want regular sexual access. They think that's the deal they're signing. Okay, if we get married, I'll pay all the bills. And finally, I know who gonna give me some sex on Friday night. It ain't gonna be a question no more. And that is literally the only reason that 90% of males are, quote unquote, marrying today. They think they're marrying her vagina. And
sex doesn't even feel like it's just.
But females know that's not the way it works. She knows that there is, since we outlawed slavery in this country legally anyway, there's nothing that obligates her to sleep with you. Now, she knows that in marriage, your finances are obligated to her, but literally nothing else is.
Do you think, because there are black YouTubers that push marriage so hard, do you think that's because they're looking at white people and they see white people doing it?
No, not the reason. So glad you asked that question. The reason why people are doing that is because it's content.
Yeah.
I need you all to understand that. God. You all think that folks are saying things today because they think it's correct. They're not posting things or saying things or putting up videos or hosting live streams because it's, quote, correct. They're doing it because it's content.
Yes. And I could name someone right now, but I'm not going to.
Derek Jackson is crashing out right now. He's going and hoes online and throwing insults and everything else, something he wasn't doing before he got divorced and clowned and he went down in flames. He's doing that now, and I'll be damned. Now the females want to be upset with him. Derek was never real. He was always a pathological, degenerate liar. And the females were willing to play along with it so long as he was willing to play along with them. They knew he was lying. They knew he was a worthless liar. They knew it the whole time. They thought they could use him as a weapon against the rest of us. And so long as he was willing to do that, the women were willing to sit there and egg him on, because they were hoping that if they made him a big enough star, that he would put pressure on the rest of us, and then the rest of us would finally start competing to, all the females agree with him, so y'all need to get like Derek. And even Derek was not like Derek. So that's the simple-minded manipulation. The manipulation that the females were hoping for. The problem was there weren't enough dumbass males simped out to do it. And Derek's marriage fell apart before came to light, and okay, there's the end of that. And he let them know, it's like, yeah, he's not like the rest of us. He's way worse. But the women knew this too. He was a tool. Now that the tool has failed, they're trying to stomp all over him. Too late, to that extent. So it's not that they don't know. There is a big business in manipulating people. There's a huge business in telling women the lies they want to hear. Telling women lies is big business. From your pastor to gurus to authors to soap operas, women buy lies. They love listening to lies as long as you tell them what they want to hear. Now, if you tell them what they don't want to hear, even if it's a lie, they're gone. But if it's what they wish to hear, even if it's a blatant lie, they will sit right there and nod. They'll throw thousands of dollars, their life savings at you, knowing that you're lying. They want someone who will agree with them, because really what they want is someone to tell them that they're right, even if it's a lie. And that's what the internet has become. That's what YouTube has become. YouTube has become movie reviews and lying to women. And what women want to believe is the next time you throw your legs open, it'll be to a well-paid, tall, dark, handsome man who is going to let you get the leverage of the state over him. So that's what we'll define as security. She feels secure that I can punish you if things go south. I've got power over him. But I want an alpha male that nobody can rule.
Yeah.
What?
It's like two different things.
I want somebody to tell me that I can have this contradiction.
Yeah.
I want you to be an alpha, but only when I say. Okay. So,
yeah.
And the internet is full of people who will make endless. If you want to be sold that lie, there is somebody who will sit there and will sell it to you. They'll buy equipment, they'll get cameras, they'll get lights, they'll get videographers, and they will sell it to you.
I've gotten to the point where, like, I have no disdain for women at all, but I've gotten to the point where it's just, I'm not checking out or anything, but I don't really see the point of committing 100% to like one person. Like, and I'm not even like it's not because I'm fiending for just a bunch of other women. It's just a lot of time and energy and a lot of headache.
Well, at this point in your life right now, you don't have an established program to plug a female into.
Yeah.
So that's why that would be difficult for you. When it's time to do that, you're going to be much more discriminating. Because if a man's going to make a lifelong commitment to one female and she going to be it, she's got to be the right one. The problem that we run into today is that in order for you to feel comfortable making a commitment to a female, she's got to be able to do one fundamental thing. She's got to be able to be your everything. There's the problem. If you're going to be expected to risk everything for her and to do everything for her, then she in turn must be your everything. And that's the problem. The females today are not putting themselves together in groups and saying, all right, ladies, time for us to get on our game and be these men's everything. Mm-hmm. That is not what they talk about. They talk about how to fake paternity tests. Here, put on this spandex to make yourself look slimmer.
Yes.
Go get a BBL. Tell him that the baby is his. Damn. God. They're not getting together and saying we need to genuinely be these men's everything so that he will in turn be our everything. They're sitting around saying, how can I get him to to agree to everything I want, and I give him only what I feel like giving him when I do. And that's why women want, quote, marriage today, because to you, marriage is unlimited sexual access. For females, marriage is, finally, the state says I only have to give you what I want when I want. But you don't have the same freedom anymore. From a logical standpoint, this is just a bad deal. You'd have to have the right female if you were going to do that. Men should always have more than one female option until the day you're ready to stop doing that. But you should be sure before you do that.
Okay. One more thing. I saw one of your broadcasts about being more interesting, and you said get your pilot's license. So I am working on that right now. Thank you.
Let me know how that goes.
I will.
You definitely want to be interesting. That's in and of yourself. That's what gives you personality, is you've been places, you've done things, you got different aspects. You're not just a guy walking around the same 5 or 6 city square blocks. That's what gives you personality. That's what makes you special. That's what gives you something to be able to talk about, to show, to discuss. You don't have to fake it. You're not a damn wet blanket. That kind of thing is important. I'm talking tonight about how weak men create hard times for other men. I start off the program showing the video here that's been making the rounds about Sheryl Ralph Lee clowning her husband terribly. The real thing, folks, we're talking about, there are a whole bunch of females in the comment sections on all these videos where it's posted. The females are sitting there talking about, yes, you go. And let that be a warning sign to all the men. To all the men out there, by the way, just in case you thought that the war wasn't on, I just thought you should be aware. When you go and check those things out, you go and see, by the way, there's a bunch of females out here. You can take a look on your screens in the comments section. The females are, I'm with it. I grew up seeing this. These are the females. If people choose marriage and separate homes, all right. Yeah, that's great. That's fine. These are the females talking like that. I agree on married life having some level of separation. These are the females, y'all. Not young females. These are old ass broads. So not young females. But by the way, take a look at all the females co-signing this and agreeing to it. They sitting there co-signing it. I'm like, okay, well, this is the chick that he married, and the chick you might marry might be sitting down there in the comments section talking about how great that is. While you're sitting there saying that this is absolutely not what marriage is. That's a hell of a spot to be in. Was somebody telling you, I want you to commit to that? And with everybody sitting around you lying about it? And wondering why it is the young men can't catch a break? You're wondering why it is the young men are jaded about that today? You want to know why it is that the marriage rates are falling? Because the young fellas are like, wait a minute. You have your sexual scavengers out here. By the way, that's another thing. Them dudes tend to be the damn loudest. The most degenerate and the loudest. What the hell are you supposed to do with that? And she's 68 years old. Please understand that. She's not 28. She's not 38. She's not even 48. 68 years old. About to be 70. But every time some fellas say that she looks good for her age, please understand. Fellas, I know a lot of females say that garbage, but fellas, when you say a woman looks good for her age at 68, she's not taking that the way you're saying it. You saying that, well, you wouldn't hate yourself if you ended up in bed with her. You wouldn't think that you were totally a pervert. That's what you mean. When you tell a 68-year-old female that she looks good for her age, all she heard was, I look good. Damn. That's what she heard. Women do not hear, I look good for my age. They literally, mentally, psychologically cut that sentence off as soon as they heard, you look good. She doesn't hear a word beyond that. She didn't hear it. She didn't listen. She doesn't remember it. She doesn't recall it. All she hears is, I look good. And we all know what happens when a female takes that statement to heart. We all know what that means. What that means is, yeah, I can replace you. There's plenty of men out here who'd be thrilled to be with me. That's what she means. When a female says, here's I look good, what she hears is you confirming, yeah, I mean, you can still pull men and ain't no problem with it. At 68 years old, 68. And once again, my issue is not so much about Sheryl Ralph Lee. My issue is about all the females who are co-signing that. My issue is about all the females who were co-signing that. That's my point. Weak men create hard times for other men. Weak men create hard times for other men. And ultimately, they end up getting what they deserve. But boy, oh boy, they make things rough on everybody else in the meantime. If Mr. Vincent Hughes had actually had some scruples and some manhood about him and had simply stopped where he was, things would be different. Things would be different if he had actually been able to muster together the courage and the scruples to be able to do that. He was unable to. He was unable to. He was unable to, and because he wasn't able to, he's ended up with a female now who's gotten to 68 to let him know, by the way, I don't even have to be nice anymore. Some of y'all missed the beginning of the program. I don't know what to tell you there. Some of them missed the beginning of the program. Sheryl Lee Ralph ain't never referred to herself as Sheryl Lee Hughes. You've never heard her refer to herself that way. What does that tell you she thinks of the man who decided that she was worth marrying? Tell me what part of their life is a marriage. She doesn't even have your name. She doesn't have your name. She doesn't have your household. She isn't demanding to be in your presence. She's like, okay, sometimes I want to see you and sometimes I don't. This is what it means. When you're not admired, when you're not esteemed. And it goes beyond that, because then you have the situations there where, oh, folks don't think about it. Don't you understand? There's a whole bunch of them chicks out there. They're like, look here, eventually I'm going to bump into a Skip Bayless and I'll just go ahead and make the deal. The men out here don't understand. There's so many of these females. Don't you realize that? I want you fellas to think about something. For those of you who say, there are fellas who are listening to me right now, tonight. I'm going to break up a whole bunch of relationships. I'm going to go ahead and do it.
And deal with it, nigga.
Break up a whole bunch of relationships tonight. I want you fellas to do, we discussed here before about if you're a guy and you date a chick who says she used to be with a pro athlete. She used to date pro athletes. She used to date an entertainer or something. I want you to understand something. Do you think that she got rid of his number? What? To the fellas listening to me right now, to the men listening to me right now who say that your woman has dated a professional athlete, a professional entertainer, I want you to ask yourself one question right now tonight. Do you think that she got rid of his phone number? If he was in her DMs, do you think that she deleted that? Do you think she blocked him? Do you really believe that? Yeah, gave you a whole lot to think about right there, didn't I? How about that fella who flew her out to Dubai? How about that dude? How about the cat who flew her out to Dubai? How about him? How about the fella who put her butt cheeks in that Bentley Bentayga? How about him? Yeah, you thought that the bleeding would just stop at, well, if it's not a ball player or somebody like that, then I'm okay. How about those other guys? Do you think that she's blocked them? Do you think she's gotten rid of their number? No Lack beat me to it in the chat room. You got to understand, either the fellas who listen to me or they done live that life and understand it. Y'all see what No Lack said? He said, even if she blocked him, she will definitely unblock him when y'all's relationship is over.
And deal with it, nigga.
Even if she blocked him, she will unblock him. If y'all's relationship goes south, she'll unblock him. Oh, man. Hell of a spot to be in. Hell of a spot to be in. We've entered the run-through era. We've been there for a minute, but it's in hyperdrive right now, man. It used to be you didn't have to worry about your chick got run through by a bunch of athletes and stuff unless she was a super fly broad who could show up, on All-Star Weekend. Okay, brief interlude here. In the chat room, Keena, didn't you just put up a post talking about your husband? Now you talking about you want to go glamping? Yeah, my husband dodged a lot of bullets and got the prize, me. Now she's talking about Jason, I want to go glamping. Do y'all see how these chicks are? Damn! Do y'all see how they are? Right here in front of y'all, just right here with me. First she said about my husband, now she's like, Jason, I want to go glamping. I'm like, okay. Like, man, by the way, I read that. Are you throwing your husband a hint? Was that a hint for your husband? And if so, why'd you have to put it in the chat room unless he's in here? Now, if your husband's in the chat room, that makes sense. I want to go glamping. Where my husband at? She dropping hints to somebody. We're in the run-through era, fellas. We're in the run-through era right now. These chicks are going all over the damn place. They want to use their vaginas as an amusement park ride. They're like it's an unlimited credit card. Slide and swipe. Slide and swipe. Litha said, how do you know if you're that dude? Litha, hit me up on Zoom. Let's chop it up. I want to wait on that for a moment. That's a very good question to ask here, since we're talking about weak men. Okay. Just took a look at that. Let me go ahead and correct that right quick. I think I put weak mean. Let me go ahead and correct that as how weak men create hard times for other men. Yes, we are in the run-through era. They got chest tats. I mean, the warning signs are all over the damn place. Chest tats, piercings, I mean, it was bad enough with the bastard baby maker. That was bad enough. But here, hold this chest tat, hold these tattoos, body count in the triple digits. Yeah, Cam Newton. I mean, the females you're talking to right now who tell you about they wouldn't take any disrespect from a man, and meanwhile, Cam Newton done got at him. Can you imagine how many females that Future has slept with that he didn't get pregnant? What? Think about that for a few moments. All you hear about are the females that Future got pregnant. Those are the ones you hear about. What about all the ones that he got pregnant that you don't hear about? How about them? How many women has Cam Newton slept with that he didn't get pregnant? How many females has Nick Cannon slept with that he didn't get pregnant? Think about that for a few moments. You just heard about the ones that got pregnant. How about the laundry list that they slept with and didn't get pregnant? You run around New York, you run around Miami, you run around LA. Talking about Usher. Did you think about that for a few moments? Nobody tells you what's going on there. There's a whole bunch of that happening. A whole bunch of it. Yeah, I mean, it's your video vixens. The fellas today, this is why you can't get your video vixens to return your DMs. You get that? I mean, not unless your money is just all the way together and now it's just transactional. We can go down the list, man. When you put all these men together and it's like, they just sleep with chicks because it's the weekend and they're bored. They go into their I mean, think about this for a few moments. If you Chris Brown, chicks are flying out to see you, man. If you're a professional athlete, females will fly to see you. I'm talking about same day. What? I'm talking about same day. You're in Atlanta. She's in Dallas in your DMs. She's willing to get her ass to DFW and fly to Hartsfield Jackson. She's like, baby, it's 10 a.m. We can be in bed making it do what it do by 4 p.m. If you can wait 4-5 more hours, I can get to this damn airport and get through security. Oh, am I about to say something else right now? I shouldn't even talk about this. I'm not supposed to talk about this in front of all of y'all. Y'all don't appreciate it. Go listen to all these other folks up here and lie to you. I'm going to go sprinkle them one time with it. Oh, let me go ahead and fire up the cauldron right quick. Let me fire up the cauldron right quick. Got it bubbling. We're going to dip into the dark arts for just a moment, then we're going to get out of it. We're going to get in the dark arts for just a moment, then we're going to get out of it. Fellas, remember I was the guy who broke this down, exploded it on the world when I said, by the way, fellas, if the female is digging you, she's going to fly out to see you. There's never going to be an argument about her seeing you. She's going to pay for her own plane tickets. She's going to pay for her own meals. If she's asking you to pay for the plane ticket, it's because she doesn't dig you. If she digs you, all that's a given. A woman is not going to let a damn plane. That's why we have discount plane carriers today for all the females running off to go get jumped or be the jump off. Spirit Airlines was built on hoes needing to go fly into town for the weekend. And I'm not even exaggerating. Spirit Airlines was built on weekend hoes flying out for the weekend. Take a look at the cities that Spirit Airlines services. Those are the top hoe destinations in America. Down the list. Including Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, or whatever. Including all of them. But I was the guy who taught you all that. But also one more thing. Fellas. Oh, I'm going to get you in trouble this weekend. Your relationship going to be in trouble if you follow this one. Hey, fellas, check and see if your chick has got one of those passes. If she's got a profession or something that allows her to bypass airport security. Or she's got one of those quick passes thing, whatever the thing is that allows you to get through TSA quicker. By the way, fellas, if you want a red flag warning sign, there's one. Check and see if your chick got one of those things that gets them through the express thing through TSA. Check and see if she's got one of those. You might, while you're checking everything else, you want to check her phone for DMs. By the way, have you checked to see if she's got one of those? All the above, damn it! Check and see if she got one. That should tell you a hell of a whole lot, shouldn't it? That should tell you a hell of a whole lot, shouldn't it? Just saying. A whole lot of fellas out there never thought to check the paperwork on that before. It's like, by the way, Mika, that's okay. You flying dirty, baby. We still love you. We flying, as long as you honest with it, I ain't mad at you at all. I'm not mad at y'all. She riding dirty, but if she being upfront about it, I can't do nothing but respect you. And no, I ain't mad at you because he know what the hell he got. He know what he got. So it's just as long as we keeping it real, baby, we still love you. I've told you that's what my channel is built on. As long as you're honest, I can't do nothing but respect it. I can't do anything but respect it. She upfront about it. So as far as I'm concerned, it's like, hey, he know what he getting. He know what he getting. Don't ask me to be mad at her. She being real about it. Nah, we good. She's good. She's straight. Hell, that nigga knew better when she's got an account with Delta and American and Spirit. That nigga knew better. There's fellas in here listening to me right now. You haven't considered the fact that I'll be damned. Go on your girlfriend's computer or phone. Fellas, I want you to think about something for a few moments here. Now, I'm a business traveler. So I've got accounts at all the hotel chains. I got accounts at all of those. But I'm a business traveler. Your girlfriend is not. Go through her damn phone and see her phone, her computer. You go take a look and see if she's got accounts with all the airlines and most of the hotel chains. And ask yourself why. A lot of fellas ain't thought about that. She's not a damn business traveler, and yet she's decked out like a business traveler. It's like, baby, how is it you got American and Delta and United and Frontier and Southwest and Spirit? Who the hell do you work for, AT&T? What are you doing? I'm a travel nurse. What kind of nursing you doing? Some of the fellas here have never thought about this tonight. You got a chick you paying a mortgage for. I got fellas in here listening to me right now. You paying a mortgage. and she has an account with every airline carrier you could name and all the hotels, and you haven't asked yourself why that is. And there's a very important reason. Man, I'm not supposed to even, you know what? I'm not even going to talk about this on YouTube. I'm going to talk about this on Patreon. I'll just explain this why on Patreon tomorrow. I'm not going to do it here on YouTube. YouTube has already gotten enough right there. I've already given you enough to sit up here and be arguing with her all damn night. You just go sit with that. If anybody wants the rest of it, I'll explain it tomorrow. 12 noon on Patreon. I'll explain it to you tomorrow then. But by the way, yeah, there's a lot. There's something to that. We might go ahead and do that. I'll take out time to explain that tomorrow. Whole lot of that going on. Fellas, if you live in a major American city, just understand the weak men got you outnumbered. It's a jungle out here right now. It's survival of the fittest or the lamest. I don't know what it is. Somebody got to be honest with you. If you want to know why it is that you can't get the quote average chick to see herself as average, how you gonna do that when Skip Bayless is throwing mills and Michael Jordan's son is throwing hundreds of thousands? How you gonna get the average chick to think she's average? And that's happening in their world on a regular basis. Y'all in the chat room, Cap asked, what if you're married with kids and get a divorce because she's cheating? Is it over for the man? I mean, is it over? The marriage is. Like I say, it's a whole bunch of fellas out here who are doing stuff because they want regular sexual access. Folks want regular sexual access and everybody's lying. The women are lying about wanting a marriage. What she wants is a bailout. And the fellas are lying about wanting a marriage. He wants regular sexual access. Or he's so sprung on you, he's trying to keep other men's hands off your butt cheeks. But then he's not going to do anything more than he's already doing. No, Hitakiri, there's not going to be any females calling in to dispute it. Not going to happen. I'm not saying whether you get married or not. I'm just saying, please understand the rules of the road and please understand what's really happening out here. Y'all don't want me to ask the question I'm really trying to ask tonight. You know what? Let me just go out on this note. All the married women in here who got a solid marriage and you admire your husband, give me the diamond emoji in the chat room. Damn! They're like, oh hell, why did Jason have to do that? Oh, we done caused problems tonight, haven't we? Oh boy, why'd I have to do that? Oh, we done caused some problems here tonight. Oh, we done caused some joy. Y'all know Kia. She just... We already done had that fight with Kia, so you know she gonna just do that regardless. All right. Yeah, buddy! Yes, sir. Looks like them cash and grab artists done smashed the damn cases. Oh, hell. Oh, I know I didn't just read this. Oh, boy. Fellas, all I'm going to say is let this speak for itself. Let this speak for itself right here. Right here. There it is. Your regular sexual access. Jason, they love me. Your regular sexual access. Yeah, that plan's working out great. That plan is working out. The chick's throwing up the diamonds now. That's because that nigga's sitting right next to her. The ones who are putting up the diamonds, he's sitting right next to her. This is like the reverse of what happens when they put up those comedy shows and stuff. The women who are putting up the diamonds, that's because dude is sitting right there next to her. He's sitting right there next to her, and she checking to see did he actually hit it. Cloud with TJ, no. Not for 20 years. Yeah. I'm just saying. Yeah. Okay. Well, Kia say, my husband's sitting right here. She like, okay, she ain't trying to pay no bills on her own. So she like, let me throw these rocks up. You know, I just wanted the fellas to understand that. So when you look and see that she got all them airline accounts, all those hotel accounts, and a couple of phone numbers in her phone that she hasn't dialed in years, and yet there they are. Real Rap 365, don't make me have you call up. Don't make me do that. Don't make me do it. It's Friday night. I've already done enough. Don't make me do that one. You're daring me now. You're just daring me. I'm not going to say whether it's better for people to stay single or not. What I am going to say is that make your decisions with your damn eyes wide open. Stop folk lying to you and telling you that you're going to get something that you're not, or that they're going in on false pretenses. If a fella is only getting married, if a woman is only marrying you because there's a financial component to it, just recognize you're the sucker. There needs to be a value that she sees in you that she's like, oh, even without money, this dude is still that fella. And that the money only enhances that. If you could take away his finances and she's like, man, get me the hell up out of here, dude, it is what it is. You're a bailout. And the truth of the matter is that the older you get, the more likely that is. And in our society, most of these fellas are lames. No, that's not the real problem. The real problem is that the older the men get, the older the women get. That's the real problem. The real problem is that the older the men get, the older the women get. And a man who's built up $10 million of value is looking for a female that enhances that. And having an old woman does not do that. It just doesn't. An old woman doesn't raise a man's status. She doesn't. And that's just the bottom line. An old woman doesn't raise the status. No, Real Rap is not trolling, but they tempted me. It's like, okay. I'm triggered. The women got older. The men got older and the women got older, but what makes the men valuable continued to increase. What makes the women valuable, at some point he realized, it's not there. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of folk getting married because their friends did, and, quote, they don't want to be left out. And for men, that's a dangerous decision to make. Jaquil, here's the problem with that statement you just made. I guess growing old together is out the window. You are making the assumption that there is some intrinsic value in, quote, unquote, growing old together. Because the truth of the matter is you do not grow old together. You don't really do anything in life together. You were born alone. You're going to die alone no matter what you do. They're not going with you. They didn't enter this world with you. They won't be leaving it with you. Now, I guess it's nice to have somebody holding your hand, and I'm not saying there doesn't have any value to that, because there certainly is a value to it. But please understand, your definition of, quote, growing old together is not a woman's definition. Or if you're a female, your definition as a female is not the man's. And you know it. You know that's not what you mean. You know it isn't. When you say growing old together, folks, let me just lay some simple mathematics on you. And I'm going to have to be brutally honest. Would 80% of divorces be filed by females if females valued growing old together? If what women really want is a man who is willing to, quote, grow old with her, how is it that half the marriages end in divorce, with women filing 80% of the divorces, divorcing men who got married because his goal was to grow old with her? If women really value that, why is it that they divorce men who are willing to grow old with them every day of the week? Women divorce men who would have happily grown old with them every day of the week. It's men who are still holding on to this romanticized version because you think that repeating what the females told you is going to give you value. Then you woke up and realized it doesn't work that way. She said that because she knew that was what you wanted to hear, because men want to hear that once this woman says yes, the woman, she is going to honor her word, because the state doesn't actually require her to do that anymore. So women talk about growing old together because she knows that's what you want to hear. Rolo and the rest of your red pill gurus never said this to you because they never figured it out. And they're married and they still don't know. A lot of them got married and divorced and still don't know the very simple logic and rationale that I just gave you. By the way, women know that that's what men want to hear. Even if you never thought of it that way, women understand that you want to hear that she's not gonna go anywhere. She knows that you want to hear that your investment in her is safe and secure. And that she's not gonna just get up and leave you. And the surest way to reassure you of that is to tell you, I'm looking for somebody I can grow old with. These are the same damn females who just told you that she's strong and independent. What? She just sat there and told you that she was strong and independent for the last 20 years. Now she's telling you that she can't live without somebody to, quote, go to the grave with. Okay, but then you married her and you're getting flat back sex every 5 or 6 weeks. Okay, but she can't stand up. Oh, I love him, be around so much. Okay, she likes being around you so damn much, she's parked in front of the TV watching the Hallmark Channel. He doesn't want to hear that. He wants to hear that his investment is safe and secure. He wants to hear that he's the last man she wants. He wants to hear that she isn't going to get up one morning and attempt to try her options in the sexual marketplace again. That's what you want to hear. Because that's what will get you to cash in all your chips. And it used to be that women were held to that and she had to make good on it. Now they don't, and they're telling you, oh, I really won't do it. Then explain to me why you have a 50% divorce rate with 80% of those being filed by the women. You were willing to go to the grave with her. The divorce rate tells you, they ain't really, she ain't thinking about that. I think the only way to raise children is marriage, because otherwise you can't be a father on the other side of town. How's that working out for the guys who are trying it? But you better be honest about what it is that women really want and what it is that you as a man actually need. Stop lying and saying it's something else. Everybody wants to sit up here and play games and lie and say what they think other folk want to hear. They don't want to actually say the truth. And there's a bunch of fellas out here right now sitting up here making asses of themselves. And you've given away the farm and don't realize that, by the way, she's ducked out. She's checked out because she was never checked in. And weak men are reinforcing it. Most of these fellas don't understand. The only reason your chick ain't got up and left is because a better option didn't present itself. Damn! Let me explain to you what I mean. Let me show you an example. Do you think if Shaquille O'Neal showed up in a married woman's DMs?
Nigga, please.
Do you think that Shaquille O'Neal would have the rejection rate that he currently does if he was hollering at a bunch of married women? Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm talking about chicks who've been married 10 years. I'm not talking about newlyweds. I'm talking about a chick who's been rolling with you now for 10, 20 years. Do you think that if Shaquille O'Neal slid in your wife's DMs after 10 years of marriage, what you talking about? We've been together through the good times and the bad. We've been making it. Okay, nigga. So you telling me if Shaquille O'Neal, hey, I was looking at you over there. You look like the kind of woman needs to go to Cancun for a couple weeks. How many of you fellas here gonna sit here and say with confidence, Jason, my woman would never answer his DMs? All these other women might, but my woman wouldn't even respond. Nigga, you don't want this. Valentine's Day is coming up. Have you considered what that means? What are you doing on the 14th? That's Shaquille O'Neal in your woman's DMs. Hey, what are you doing for All-Star Weekend? I got tickets to the Four Seasons. Valentine's Day is coming up. Is your man treating you right? See, to these single females who still have a life in front of them, that's why he's getting that rejection rate. But to the married women who she's seen what the best is you got to offer for the last decade. She done settled into that monotonous ass working class life. By the way, hey fellas, take a look at all the females' faces that just popped up in the chat room. Damn! Now, they didn't throw up any diamonds a little while ago, but you just had a bunch of female faces that didn't show up when I asked to post up the diamonds. None of them faces went up. As soon as I talk about Shaq sliding in the DMs of the married chicks, all of a sudden a bunch of faces popped up. Bunch of female faces popped up then, didn't it? You niggas gonna learn. At some point, you fellas gonna learn. At some point, you gonna learn and be observant and recognize, oh, this ain't no joke. This is not a joke. Oh, yeah, and one more thing. She gonna do it. What? One more thing, she gonna do it too. Cloud TJ said your sister was going to leave her husband because she thought Michael B. Jordan DM'd her. Didn't say she was sure of it. She just thought it was. She was already packing her bags. She didn't even check old boy's Instagram stories. She thought it was Michael B. Jordan. She was already like, yeah, DMing her girlfriends. Look here, girl. Your man went through her Google search results and found out, divorce procedure in the state of Alabama. Some of you fellas out here, if Shaquille O'Neal or LeBron James show up in your chick DMs, you check her damn search history. Do I have to pay alimony if I commit adultery? Do I have to split custody if I commit adultery? How long do you have to be separated before you can legally divorce? Whole bunch of fellas right now don't understand. Whole bunch of fellas right now don't understand. Litha, were you trying to call in? Why did you wait this damn long to can I get the link for the Zoom? It was up for an hour and a half. Where have you been? Help me with the Zoom link. The Zoom link was up for an hour and a half. Where you been at? I'm just giving you guys the rules of the road, so. All right, Litha, I will do, I'm interested to know what that is. Wait a minute. They got patience. All right. You got patience, I got questions. I've gone ahead and posted the link up there for you, Litha. Go ahead and give me a holler on Zoom. If you don't, I'm kicking your ass out of here since you made me make another link. Yes, a whole bunch of fellas who don't understand that, man. And your chick know it's easy. That's what I'm saying. There's so many weak fellas out here today. When they're sitting among the men, they talk like they strong and stout. I wouldn't bend for no. Ain't no blood gonna run my pockets. And then as soon as the rest of y'all dip out, you talking about, baby, I love you, I need you. You don't know what the hell's happening. All right, Litha, I posted the link at the top of the chat room. You need to go ahead and use it. They were just asking about it. Then when you post the link, they're dragging their feet. All right, let's see what Litha has to offer here. Okay, Litha is trying to get this Zimbabwe broadband going. Let's go ahead and get everything on, Litha. All right, Litha is working on their Ethiopia mobile. All right, Litha, what's on your mind?
Good morning, sir. I'm calling in from South Africa, so it's early morning hours. Sorry about that. I was a bit busy.
You look tired.
But yeah, I'm working the night shift in the ER.
Clearly.
Yeah. Yes, sir. First, I love your broadcast. First time calling in, long listener. My question I wanted to ask, how do you know when you're that dude? In reference to how do you know when you are the guy that the girl, she won't delete your number? Or also, how do you know when you are the guy she's settling for?
Okay, first of all, the biggest thing that I see is that fellas are willfully blind and are willfully ignorant. So there are really only a few things that make you valuable. Number one is being resourceful. Number two is being competitive. But most of all, being competent. So competence, resourcefulness, competitiveness. What is competence? Competence is the ability to start what you finished. Every female assumes that the man they're talking to is competent. So whether it's building a dog house, building a skyscraper, or getting a degree, she assumes that simply as a masculine being that it is in you to finish what you started. So that this is where females end up overestimating males, because the female psyche tells itself, this is what they tell you, they don't say this out loud, they tell themselves, well, you could do whatever you want to do as a man. So if you really wanted to do this, you would. If you really wanted to triple your income, you could. If you really wanted to be a superstar, you could. So that's the reason she resents you, is because she tells herself that as a man, if you really wanted to do it, as a man, you should be competent by nature. And the only reason you haven't done it is because you don't want to. So she's perfectly now within her rights to punish you. Mm-hmm. Because you're the one shortchanging her. That's her psyche talking. But those are the three things that make a man valuable to females: competence, resourcefulness, and competitiveness. Competence, because you need to finish what you start. Resourcefulness, because it shows you can get results. And then that third one, competitiveness, that's what gives you status. Not only are you competent, not only do you finish what you start, you do it better than other men do. Not only do you get results, you're doing better than the others are. No woman wants to feel like she's with the kid who came dragging across the finish line last. She wants to feel like she's with one of the guys who, at least, if you weren't number one, you were at least number two. Now, that's what she really wants. Now, when you ask her, she's going to swear up and down. That doesn't matter. This is where men get upset with women, because women will sit there and look you in your face and lie and say that doesn't really matter to her. It means everything to her. But just like when men talk to women, oh, I don't just want sex. You're lying your ass off. Well, this is where the women lie. No, I don't want the number one winner. Just so long as you're a nice guy. Okay. And take a look what they do to Mr. Nice Guy. Who do they cheat on? Who are they faithful to? The guy who's got a bunch of options. Who do they cheat on? The guy who kisses her ass. The guy who makes her their only option. That's the one she cheats on. Yes, because you told her that she's more valuable than you are. And you didn't understand that's what you were doing. You told her she was more valuable than you. How do you think this is going to end? Well, that's what she said. Okay, she wants you to know that that's not real. You're like, what the hell kind of Jedi mind trick reading thing is this? Okay, but that's what it is. So those are the skill sets that you'd have to have. And if you have the results, then you're that guy. There are also a bunch of other things. You know, does the female contact you, or are you contacting her? Is the female making mentions of other men, period? Not just comparing you, but is she talking about somebody else, or are you the center of her conversation? Is she dressing like you? Is she taking interest in the things that you are interested in? If you're in South Africa and you like soccer, or football, I guess y'all call it, you like that or whatever, has she never really been interested in it before, but now she is? That means something. She's into you. By definition, if a female is into you, she wants to be into everything you're into. She didn't like full-size vehicles with V8s before she met you. Now she loves them. So she's open to new things because she wants to be a part of your life. And she knows now she's intrigued by those things because she wants to know everything that makes you what you are. She wants to be a part of that. That's how you know you're that dude. Now, you all are kind of resentful of that because you're like, you recognize that. When you were in grade school, you recognized it. You saw how the girls gravitated to certain boys, and he didn't even have to try. They were just all over him. Now that you've gotten grown, you're asking, well, how do you do that? What does it look like when you do that? How do you become that guy? Because you recognize what it looked like. It looked like that. Yeah, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. But now you need to recognize what you're looking for. In grade school, you weren't necessarily looking for females to dress like you. But what I'm saying is that she wants to know what you want her to look like. She wants to know what your vision of her is. And it better be good. So those are the things that a female automatically gravitates to. If you're that dude, she gravitates to that. She wants to know what you're doing, what you're into, where you're going, all the stuff that you're living in your life. That's the reason why a man cannot afford to be boring. What? That's why a man can't afford to be boring. That's just the truth.
And deal with it.
As a man, you can't afford to be boring because that means there's nothing to you. There's no depth. What you've told her is there's nothing for her to learn. There will be no development. A female wants to believe that you're going to change her into something better. The purpose of competence is you've demonstrated you know how. The purpose of resourcefulness is you've demonstrated you can get results. And the purpose of competitiveness is you showing her, and I can do it better than anybody else. And she's going to look to see if that's you. What men do is men are interested, well, they put sex as a priority. So what you start thinking about is, well, here's the men who would really be sexually aroused by her. And she needs to recognize, the top-notch niggas ain't really checking for you like that, baby. So you might as well jump over here in my Buick Grand National with me. And that's not the way that works. Even if what you are saying is a true statement, please understand your audience does not see themselves that way. So even though what you're saying may be factual, that is not her perception of herself. So you trying to sell her the argument that she needs to, quote, lower her standards, be realistic, whatever phrasing you want to use, just understand that's going to fall on deaf ears. Because what you're really saying when you say that, and you know this is the truth, fellas, women don't want to hear you all say lower the bar, be realistic, this, that, and the other. You average. Women don't want to hear that. Jason, why not? Because that's not what you really mean. You don't mean that. You mean something else. Jason, what do we really mean? What you really mean is she needs to settle for the bottom of the barrel. Now that's what you really mean. Hey girl, you ain't really worth all that, so you just need to settle for the bottom of the barrel, and guess what? I'm right here with you. Now that's what you really mean. She needs to settle for the bottom of the barrel because that's where she at. Okay, but do you realize what you're now going to tell her next is, and I'm right here with you? Well, I'm the bottom of the barrel and you need to settle for that. That's what you really mean. And I'm like, do you realize what an outrageously unappealing offer that is you're extending? Even if what you're saying is truthful, who do you think is going to buy that one? Now, brother, if you're a doctor, how either that, I don't know, I guess you work on mufflers or something there. How the hell is a doctor calling me and asking these questions?
No, the thing is, I do understand that concept, but it's just in my experience, I was with someone who was exhibiting all these traits. Like you say, she's copying me in a way and imprinting. But then at some point that flipped. But then again, that was a single mom and whatever. But now I'm with someone new around the same age. But she's not a single mom, this one. Totally different, good relationship.
It won't go any differently.
Sorry?
It won't go any differently. Except under one circumstance. Okay. It might go differently, but only under one circumstance. The single mom you were with, were you trying to make a relationship with her? Now remember what you just. I'm about to say. Don't lie, nigga, because remember what you just said. We just heard what you just said. So you was trying to boo and get cupcaked and whatnot, and you was trying to figure out how to lock her down for life. And even this single mom said, "Yeah, where's the door?" The first question is, how in the hell did you end up going to medical school and then that was the best you could do? Don't answer that question.
Well,
don't answer. I want you to do some reflection. You've built up a lot of value, and when you sit up here and cash in all your chips like that, that's because you're trying to get something for nothing. And what you said was, how much can I get for this medical degree? And nothing else. And what you found out was what you can get with a medical degree and nothing else. I am going to say this as diplomatically as I possibly can. But you called and asked for it, so I'm assuming that you knew who the hell you were talking to when you called me up. Brother, on a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only, what do you think the women, not the men, what do you think the women of Nollywood would rate you at?
To be honest, physically 6.
And you might be generous. Not sure.
Yeah.
You might be being generous with yourself. I'm bringing that up to say to you that when a female hears you're a doctor, they have a preconceived notion of what they're going to get. You can say it is unfair and all the rest of this stuff. Okay, you can say that, and those may be real statements. That's not going to change what you're about to run into. So when you do that, if you haven't made all the necessary investments, just understand when I taught you all how you do one thing is how you do all things. So you need to take a look at whatever it is that they've idealized in their heads. And that's your competition. Not the other guys in medical school. The other guys in medical school are not your competition. What the females expect is. That's your competition. And your ability to meet or exceed that, or your inability to do so, that's going to determine your results, not your degree. This has nothing to do with whether you're a nice guy, you're a law-abiding citizen, all that old garbage. And I'm educated. Okay, that's a given. And that's the way it's going to be treated. And you're going to be like, oh, this ain't right. Okay. You keep chasing right. You keep doing that. I'm just letting you know what reality is. Now you're talking to another chick. Did you say she's younger?
No, she's the same age. I've been with her for a year. Stark contrast is that she's got a very good relationship with her father.
That means nothing.
My cousin introduced us.
That means nothing, but go ahead.
My cousin introduced us.
Oh, hell.
But in the 1 year we've been together, it's been long distance. She's never disrespected me once, whereas every other woman I've been with before her has disrespected me.
She's
And
long
very
distance.
quick.
Negro, how long a distance?
2-hour flight.
Let's try this a second time. How long of a distance, sir? Where is she?
14-hour drive. So I'm in Johannesburg. That's where I work and I'm based. And she is in the Eastern Cape, the south of the country, which is where I'm from and she's from as well.
Yowza.
Yeah.
Sir, do you think she's alone tonight?
I do think so. Well, I'm not sure. You can't always be sure. You can't be 100% sure, but I do think so.
When's the last time you talked to her?
We call each other like every day. Video call every day. Like an hour.
We do a video call every day.
Yeah.
How old is she? This isn't good.
She just turned 30 in December.
She just turned 30 in December.
Yeah.
About how much does she weigh, sir?
In kilograms.
Oh, Lord.
I think about 90.
Okay.
90 kilos, which I'm not sure what it is in pounds. 90 kilos. She's height maybe 176 centimeters.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Dude, you say she's about 90 kilograms.
Yeah.
Y'all, that's 198 pounds. How tall is she again?
Like 176 centimeters.
Lord, y'all, oh boy. These white folk didn't conquer enough because they got me converting through the metric system. Oh boy. Why didn't they get over there and go change that part over? How many centimeters was that again, sir?
I beg your pardon?
How many centimeters was that?
176.
How the hell y'all even do that? Oh Lord, get these people.
5'9".
Get these people on inches and feet. Good, he's 176 centimeters. What the hell?
I think it's like 5'9". 5'9", I think.
Okay, y'all. This fella here, boy, I'm telling you.
5'9", 5'10".
Okay, sir, we heard you the first time. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right, y'all. Well, in any case, like I say, y'all, this is a hell of a thing to be in here. So anyway, look, she's like 5.5 feet, somewhere around there. She's like about a little bit over 5.5 feet. But she damn near 200 pounds. So, but first of all, you two make an even couple. That's the first thing. So you two do. So physically, you two gonna match up. I said physically, you two match as a couple. But there's a problem.
Yeah.
Problem. She ever dated a footballer? Even in college?
Oh, Jason. Her high school boyfriend of 10 years was a first-team rugby player who then played club rugby after high school. So, and rugby is like it's like our American football.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so the chick you with now used to date a footballer back in the day. Now she talking to you, and I'm not going to besmirch a lady's honor. What I'm going to say, though, is that is her experience. And you're not going to just erase that. That's where she been. So every man that the woman has been with becomes a part of her and becomes what she estimates and judges other men by. Period. So you got to add that to the repertoire. So she's dated footballers and doctors. Good luck getting her to lose weight.
And deal with it.
Good luck getting that to happen. How are you going to convince her there's anything wrong with
Yeah.
her if she can look the way she does and be bedding foot athletes and doctors? What's wrong with it? Good enough to get an athlete and doctor? Okay.
Yeah.
It was good enough to get a footballer and a doctor. So all I'm telling you is good luck getting that off. So good luck with that. Plus, it's been a year. Plus, you were willing to accept a long distance, whatever. It's like, okay. Fellas, here's the problem with long distance. The problem with long distance is if she's not the one who initiated it, and in your case, you know damn well she isn't. If she's not the one who initiated it, then she knows you want her more than she wants you. That's the problem with, quote, long distance. Long distance is fine if you are the person that they reached out to. If you're the one who did the reaching out to them, you've told them how much their value is because...
In our case,
bruh, are you really going to try this? But Jason, Jason, my cousin introduced us. Yeah, to all the middle school, elementary school dropout dumbasses who didn't think I was listening or didn't think I heard him the first time. I heard you the first time, sir. I didn't know you. Yeah, I heard you the first time. It changes nothing because your cousin brought you somebody 14 hours away. In other words, you were already what they call in the credit card business pre-approved. Damn! Your cousin said that to her. Your cousin brought you to her, and she said, I'll give him a chance. What we know is that she didn't call your cousin and say she wanted your cousin to hook her up with you. We know that didn't happen. Did it? Oh, y'all should see him over here.
So could you ask that again, please?
Did she call your cousin and ask him to hook her up with you?
No. The
Okay, thank you. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she didn't ask to meet you. Somebody else introduced you to her. At the end of the day, she didn't ask to meet you. Somebody introduced you to her. That's great. But you do realize that we've just bypassed any sort of confirmation filter. At no point did she work or ask to be in your company. As far as introduction and attraction, she didn't put any effort into it. None. So this is a long distance relationship. At the end of the day, you are the catalyst, not her.
If I could just add something.
Oh hell!
And just get your opinion on this.
Let me clean this up right quick.
No, I'll just make it quick. It was my brother's like sort of pre-wedding ceremony thing at our home village, and then she came there with my cousin at that ceremony, which she's never been to our home before. So that kind of made me suspicious. I was like, okay, did she come here to meet me deliberately? You know, so that's where I'm kind of confused whether.
Sir, if she wanted to get in touch with you on her own, she could have done that. So if she wasn't asking for you, that's it. By the way, has she ever dated a white man?
Nah.
That came real slow, so you're not sure.
No, I'm sure. There are not many white men.
Does she work in a job where she has access to Afrikaners?
No, she works at a clinic in the rurals, like a village. So she works as an admin clerk at a clinic in the village.
And there ain't no Christian missionaries have made their way out there? Cause they swarm all over those places. You telling me ain't no Christian missionaries out there. So she's in the only rural area where there's no Christian missionaries in South Africa, really?
No. Nah.
Okay.
Not like that, but from
not like that. You know, it's not like. Yeah, I mean, they out there, but not like that. Okay. There you go, y'all. All right, folks. Y'all know I'm not gonna argue with all night, but I've already asked the questions. Y'all hear what he's saying. It's like, okay, all right. He's telling me she used to date footballers and whatnot. She wants a doctor. Yeah, but she don't want no white men. Okay. Garrett, by the way, does she have all of her own real hair?
And
she's never worn a weave or a wig, sir?
No. She usually just braids with extensions.
Who's her favorite rapper?
But no.
What was that?
She's not really into rap. She's more into R&B, Gideon, stuff like that.
Okay, who are her two favorite R&B artists?
It's one is Gideon, and then I forget some chick. I forget this chick's name. It's not Ellie Mai, but one of these girls. It's those two.
Does she like Usher?
But she digs Gideon, yeah. Yeah, she likes Usher.
Damn!
And Chris Brown. She loves Chris Brown. What? Sorry, Jason. Chris Brown is
Nigga, please.
What?
No, Jason, it is not like that. She is in the rural area. She does not do those kinds of things. She is a nice rural girl, Jason. You do not understand. You are jaded and cynical. Down there in Louisiana, you are jaded and cynical niggas. That is the problem. And I talk to you, but I'm trying to convince you, Jason. You don't understand. She is a nice, good, salt of the earth girl, Jason. She is not like that, Jason. She is not like that. I know over there in America, you have all of these hoes and these pimps and these. I know this, Jason, but it is not like that, Jason. It is not like. She does not even listen to rappers, Jason. She does not listen to no rappers. She does not do anything like that. Y'all thought he was gonna get away that easy? This is my credibility I gotta sustain now. I have to uphold my credibility. So if I let him get away with this obvious bull jive he doing, then everybody gonna be like, well, Jason, we don't know. No, my audience needs to know I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, he thought he was gonna. She does not fool with your rappers. What about Usher? Oh, she love Usher. Okay, there you go. And Chris Brown. No, all right, that's a wrap. Bro, Chris gonna ask her to pay $1,100 and you're gonna see her gripping them butt cheeks. Him gripping the butt cheeks. That's what's gonna happen for you. When Chris Brown gives the South African leg of his tour and your chick is like, can I borrow 15,000 Rand or whatever y'all's conversion rate is, and I'm just going to the Chris Brown concert, baby. Big Daddy, can I go to the Chris Brown concert? I just need to borrow a little money. Okay. All right. Chris gonna be sitting there giving that damn devil look, gripping them butt cheeks, and you're gonna be calling me back. I cannot believe this. I've been to medical school. And these hoes do not appreciate us, Jason. They do not appreciate us. Okay. I'm like, okay, I was trying to warn him, so... All I'm going to say here, brother, is I see some warning signs. I'm not going to characterize her definitively. I don't know her to do that. All I'm going to say is, by the way, it is not this is not as clean and sanitized as you're trying to present it. You're doing that because that's what you wish to believe. But very obviously, there are some holes in it. So what I'm going to say here, bro, is she has social media like Instagram.
Only Facebook.
That's enough. Okay, y'all. She's fully westernized while he's on my damn phone trying to pretend like we got some rural chick from the movie The Last King of Scotland. That's what he's trying to do on this damn phone, is convince me there's some rural African chick. And she is in the village, Jason. She's in the village where they got Facebook in the village. He's trying to make me think that she's just sitting there as a bunch of maidens who go down to the river and got the pots on top of their heads, the baskets on top of their heads, walking stuff back. No, she's a westernized female. If she got Facebook, she done already seen everything out there. So don't try to convince me it's something else. And she wants that. So the real thing is, you need to take a look at that seriously. Take a look at the stuff she posts, particularly things about music and entertainment. That tells you the kind of men she's attracted to. No, I'm not going to tell you need to be them. No, you want to be yourself, but I'm going to definitely tell you need to be the best version of yourself. If you're going to be competitive. Then you'll be finding out whether or not you even want to compete for her. Because you strike me as the kind of guy who's been a bookworm most of his life, and that's a good thing. That is a good thing. I don't want to get into too much trouble here tonight. I will just say we all know what to do about the Boers. But what I will say here is that for those of you who have studied and you have been good students, you know, Africa, particularly South Africa, needs that. It needs it more than anything. It really, really does. And if I had a choice between you having a girlfriend and doing this, I'd have you doing this. Period. Point blank in the discussion. All things being equal, I also need you to be aware of where you actually are. Yes, shout out to Julius Malema. Peace be upon him. But definitely, you know, be aware of what the environment is, what it really is. Be aware of the expectations really are. You have not had a lot of female experiences. You have not really been that dude. You have not been that dude with females. And because you haven't, that has really, you have a very simplistic view of seeing females. You obviously don't have dudes in your family who got the game like that and can explain that to you. You probably got a bunch of married fellas from quote traditional background. That's why folks are applying. Folks over there in Africa, once males get in their 30s, especially if they're professionals, everybody start applying the pressure. They start cranking. Mama calling them every damn week now. You ain't married yet, nigga. So is that going on? Is that going? They want to pick. They want to pick the tribe you're going to be in because we don't want you fooling around with the Hutus and we don't want that. We don't want none of that going on. No Zulus. If you ain't Zulu, we ain't messing with them Zulus. So it's you ain't Khoisan. No, don't mess with that Khoisan chick. We heard things about them. So like I said, y'all, it's all kinds of dynamics that go on over there. Most of them you're gonna have to put aside, by the way, if you got any sense. But I went through all that to say you haven't had a lot of experiences, and because of that, that's why you don't recognize these signs when you see them. You would be far better served by getting some experiences, although I don't want to sit up here and color you too much in that regard either, because these are things you're probably not ready for, especially with what you're doing. You'll be done mess around and got some broad pregnant, and then that's going to be the end of you. And that's the last and dumbest thing you could that's the stupidest thing you could possibly do. Absolute stupidest thing. But you need more seasoning, man. You need more seasoning and you need more experience. And I understand in your field and where you're at and stuff, that can be challenging. But what I'm telling you is that without that, you're ending up with the females who will you're taking the females who will take you, as opposed to the females you've chosen. Now, I don't know how well you're vibing with old girl. I don't know how well you two get along. I don't know. Y'all two might be clicking on all cylinders, in which case, ignore every damn thing I've said, because I ain't gonna snuggle up with you tonight. Even 14 hours later, I'm not gonna do it. So she gonna snuggle up with you. Jason's not gonna do it. So do not break up your relationship with her based on a single word I've said. You know how I am. That's my rule. I don't break up people's relationships unless somebody's doing something to the kids and y'all don't have any kids. Even if she's chasing you around Johannesburg with a butcher knife, all I'm going to tell you is to move left or right, but I'm not going to tell you break up with her. But I will tell you might want to move. As a matter of fact, you might want to pivot and Philly shell. But that's the most I will tell you as far as that's concerned. I'm not going to tell you to break up with her, ever, never. But I am going to say that you have not had a lot of experiences. And because of that, you're taking who's going to take you. I think you need to get yourself into a position where you actually start choosing women. And then you won't be asking these questions. So what I am going to say, bruh, is you know what the women are looking for. I understand you got a lot of stuff going on there. But that needs to be addressed, man. You have to show them that you have a life that you're a person outside of your profession. That's great. You have a profession. Who's the man behind it? Because if all you are is a medical degree, then that's very easily taken for granted. Because in that case, all you are is a walking paycheck. And don't be surprised if she uses you for the paycheck and then there's somebody else that she's emotionally doing stuff with, because there's not depth. So you have to be a fully fleshed out person. The other thing is there can't be holes in your game. It doesn't do you a whole lot of good to be holes in your game. You need to take a look at the other doctors around you and whatnot and be like, okay, am I the best looking? Am I the best, best personality? Am I the friendliest? Those are questions to be asking yourself. Like, if you're a doctor, you should have every damn nurse in that hospital wrapped around your finger. Now, I'm not saying you're doing nothing with them, because if you're smart, you're not. What I'm saying, though, is that if you can't operate that way in that environment and you control it, or at least you should be most comfortable in it, then what are you doing outside of it? I know you're not excelling outside of it if you're not excelling there and you work there.
Yeah.
So, like I say, if your teeth game isn't together, you need to get that addressed. If the shoe game ain't together, you might want to get one pair for that. If you haven't been going to the gym, you definitely need to do that. Those are the things that are the basics. That lays the basic foundation. And then see what happens. But right now, based on what I've heard from you, what I've seen, you've done. This is the fallacy of the black male in that situation. You're doing better than 99% of the other black males that are around you. You're already what you're doing. You're already better than 99% of them. And you don't understand that the 99% that you've pursued doesn't make up for the lack of the people skills, personality, exerting yourself. It doesn't make up for that. And you'll be deceived into thinking it does. And then you'll be upset and angry and frustrated when that's in place and somebody is still willing to take it for granted. And you won't understand why. So well, that's stupid. They're going to lose this. Well, you're right. They are. You're right. But money isn't everything. Resourcefulness is not everything. And fellas want to have a one-trick pony and stuff. And it's like, okay, this needs to be a one-size-fits-all. And not good. You will grossly overestimate its value. And you're firmly in the place of that now. I understand how you got there. And I'm not saying that I'm hating on you for it. It's a dire situation, and your parents should be proud of you. All of us should be proud of you. And we are. But I want you to understand that as much as that goes, and this will just drive you nuts, that is not everything to people, and it's certainly not everything to females. You don't want to be the boring bookworm doctor. And why I gotta go through all that? You don't. Just see if you can get together with Miss Size 16 you dating and just make it work, man. Boy, I hope she don't get bigger after you get her pregnant. Damn! Let's say, bro, she keep going, you're gonna have to get a pickup truck. She keeps this up.
Oh, man.
Do y'all have a Lane Bryant in South Africa? Damn! Oh, hell, he's laughing, so he does know what Lane Bryant is.
No, I don't know what Lane Bryant is.
Man, we don't quit lying. Lane Bryant is for big size gals. It's a clothing store for
that store. That store, yes.
It's a clothing. He said, oh, yes, I know the Bryant Lane. Yes, it's the Bryant Lane, yes. So, all right, bro, well, I don't know. That it depends. In your village, is the average chick running around, 200 pounds in the village? Is that like the norm?
Nah. It's just she's also tall. That's the thing. She's also like 5'9", 5'9", 5'10".
Okay, bro, you already gave us the centimeters. She ain't like that, no. But
Yeah, it's serious, Jason. 176 is 5'9". I'm serious.
And 200 pounds.
Yeah, but yeah.
What you gonna
honest,
say?
I
She
also
wears it
find-
well. Is that what you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say I like them like that. Like
That's what I thought. I was about to say that's the norm in the village. When you say, well, Jason, you know, in the village we like a size 14, Jason. In the village we do this.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
bro. Well, like I say, I mean, if it works in the village, I don't want to mess up the village. So I don't want to do that because we'll have him, one of our fitness chicks in the village, like, what's wrong? She looks like a man. Look at all these muscular. What do you work for the Olympics? So I don't want that popping off neither. So if she's good for the village, okay, fine. I'm not gonna shake that. What I am gonna say though is that you need to take into account her past. You need to take into account her present interests, and do not be willfully naive. Look at the things she likes. Look at the things she gravitates to. Accept what you see. Do not take that as being minor or petty, because they aren't. She means that. Ask her what her favorite car is, dude. And then shut the hell up and listen. And you take it seriously. If she's one of them Mercedes chicks in South Africa, y'all, they got whole cultures across Africa now about that. Chicks chasing Mercedes. So if she's a Mercedes chick, she means that. He's over there nodding.
G63. That's what she said.
Oh,
G63.
No. You mean C as in Charlie, correct?
No, she said the G63 G-Wagon.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, dude, I know she damn well don't mean a G-Wagon. Oh, nigga, you're done.
She means that.
Oh, niggas, you're done. You're done. Oh, you're roasted. You're roasted and boiled. Y'all, now this is the little cute rural chick in the village she's telling us about, y'all. You want to know why y'all think America's messed up? She's the rural chick in the village who's got Facebook and iPhone and wants to be rolling a G-Wagon. They don't even have streets that accommodate a G-Wagon on the mountains in the village she live in, but she wants a G-Wagon. Now, she's literally never met a human being in their life who has one, but she knows she wants one. She's probably never driven a car that sits up that high and has that big of a suspension, but she wants one. And that's why she's talking to a doctor, because she expects you to eventually get it. Yeah, bro. All right. Y'all are going to quit doubting me about this stuff. There's a reason they call me the authority. Y'all gonna quit doubting me about this. I said what it was. He trying to know she is from the village. She is from the rural area, Jason. I'm like, y'all, this is denial on my damn phone. That's what this is. This is denial. When I get past this denial, she listens to Usher, Chris Brown. She got an iPhone, Facebook, and she wants to drive a G-Wagon. And y'all telling me that ain't no issues here. She gonna be all right with him like, all right. Okay, believe what the hell y'all want to. Believe that. I'm naming all this stuff off and then believe that. Okay, fine. Bruh, she's gonna be expensive. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. She's gonna be expensive. The more you make, the more she gonna want. And if she marries you, she's gonna expect you to take care of all that. So all I'm gonna say is take all of this seriously. Do not ignore it. She's not, when she heard you were a doctor, all she heard was, "Oh, good, down payment." That's what she heard. Finally, I found that down payment for my G-Wagon. Okay. So, keeping that in mind. Now, has she ever dated a man who wasn't black? He already said she has never dated a white man. You think she's never dated anyone who wasn't black?
Only black guys that she's dated.
Okay. Y'all, she got an iPhone with Facebook and the G63 and Chris Brown. Okay. All right, y'all. He's assuring us when they happened. Footballers in their past. Okay. Footballers, iPhones, Facebook, Usher, Chris Brown, G-Wagons. Okay. All right, brother. All right. Do your due diligence. What you need to do is give her another couple of years. You need to give her another couple of years.
Okay.
If you got your heart set on this one, yikes. But you need to give her another couple of years. You've been with her about a little over a year now, or at least y'all two been talking for a year. And you're really not going to know anything until you get in closer proximity. But you need to give her another couple of years of evaluation. You need to evaluate her for another couple of years. Watch her. You need to do some crap testing of her and whatnot. See how much you can get away with. See how she treats you when she's... And by that, I mean see how she treats you when she's angry. You find out what a woman really thinks of you when she's angry. That's when you're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Is she one of them chicks who likes to do the silent treatment? Is she one of those chicks who sits up here and starts going through her DMs? Stuff like that. And you can't find that out in 6 months. Somebody can be fake for 6 months. She can't be fake for 3 years if you're putting her through her paces. She can't be fake for 3 years. Whatever you see, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and one last thing. Do not tell yourself you're going to change her. One last thing. Do not deceive yourself or delude yourself into thinking you're going to change her. What she is what you got. Do not tell yourself that your love going to make her a better woman and all this other. No. Whatever she is, even when she gets mad, that's what it is. You're not going to change her. You're not going to shift her. I don't care if she says she wants to. Do not lie to yourself and say that.
Okay.
I want to hear back from you in 6 months.
Okay, sir. I will call back in 6 months. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the advice, and I appreciate your podcast in general. It was an honor to speak with you.
Thank you for checking in. Yeah, y'all, we got to get them gamed up around the world. We got to get them straight and gamed up around the world. I will stand on every syllable I said because you know I done do this and live this. Yeah. Jason, get your passports, you clown ass niggas.
And deal with it, nigga.
Lie. Get your passports.
Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you?
Nigga, please.
Get your passports. Man, the video going around that the Thai chick done broke him. The Filipina chicks is breaking them. They breaking them left and right. I'm gonna go, get your passports. We need women who aren't westernized. The whole damn world is westernized. And I just gave you the questionnaire that proves it. The whole world is westernized. He's got a chick who's 14 hours outside of Johannesburg on the Cape of Africa. She's in the village. They got Facebook and G-Wagon pictures in the village. So you gonna leave America with your damn passport and end up, quote, in rural South Africa. It's like, finally, I've gotten away from Mark Zuckerberg and Vogue magazine and The View and Instagram. I'm finally free. We're free. Let's get some uncontaminated females. And she comes up, oh, look, Jason, see, she's got all of her own hair and this, that, and the other. Hey, baby, what's your dream car? The G63. Oh, yeah, the C63. No, nigga. G. G as in get out my face. Because over there, usually it's the C class is the one that's really popping in Africa. There's a whole bunch of other. They put the AMG decals on it. I've talked about this before. It's real corny. But he was like, oh, no. She said you can't even lie to her. She doesn't want a G550. She wants the G63. She doesn't even want the base model G-Wagon. She wants the G63. Now, what the hell is she going to do with that big-ass engine? Where is she going to get the oil changed? How is she going to get the brakes changed? How is she going to clean and condition the leather? And she's telling him, by the way, he was able to tell me her dream car is a G-Wagon, not just a Mercedes G. I told him, brother, if she's one of them chicks in Africa be longing for a Mercedes, oh, you're done. Jason, she wants the G63. I'm like, okay. Let me go ahead and start this fire pit. She gonna roast this dude. They don't be believing me. Let me go ahead and see if I can get Prince out of Richmond up here on Zoom. All right, brother Prince, what's on your mind?
Hey, brother Jason, is a woman from the village, and I ain't criticizing, or from the country, are they ready for a G wagon? Where did they do that? Where did they? How can they have a G wagon mindset? Meaning, coming out of there, social media is enough a best place. I mean, is it a good enough place for them to learn how? Hey, I want this, and they're ready for that type of lifestyle.
Brother, it's got a gas pedal and a brake pedal like every other car. So the short answer to your question is yes. Here's the trick. She wants it, but she doesn't want to pay for it.
She want him to pay for it.
Like every other female.
Even the village girl.
Baby, a chick out there in the damn village is like, wait a minute. I need a G-Wagon and some MAC makeup and some Sephora, and I need a nigga to pay for it.
Used to be a time you can go to the country and get your good old country girl and it was everything cool. Social media messed everything up.
Dude, when you say country, when you say country, you were talking about rural Louisiana.
I'm talking about rural.
We can't even
Louisiana.
You can't even get rural Middle East now. Rural South America. You off in the damn jungles. You don't have cell phone reception, but she knows what a G-Wagon is.
How is that possible?
They don't have running water. What? But she doesn't have running water, but she wants a G-Wagon. They don't have regular electricity, but she wants a G-Wagon. Think that over for just a few moments, and then listen to some passport asshat sit up here and tell you what's going to happen. Okay.
Remember, they ran Austin out of what, Brazil? That young man, Austin. Jason, given his profession, what can a man that's in a time intensive profession do to get more experience with women? I mean, but not with the women they're working with, because that could be a problem. Like a surgeon, like a pilot, like a man that spends a career in the military. What can they do to get gamed up when it comes to women when their job is so time consuming?
One of the things that you find is that when it comes to divorces, men who are sticklers for professions, those are the guys who usually get marched off into it first. They're the ones with the biggest horror stories. So usually, they go looking for a female who's either in their profession, bad idea, or they go trying to find some chick who's accommodating. So they either go for a chick who's very highly, quote, credentialed, or they go for one who, okay, she's the chick who works down there at the Waffle House. And
yeah.
Now you're trying to integrate her, and I'm saying you're taking risks, huge risks either way. So it's just been my experience. That's what happens. Look, you can either invest in women or you can invest in yourself. You can't do both. There's only 24 hours in a day. And for those kind of guys, it's been my experience. The issue is not them running into women. The issue is they start feeling that, I think a lot of them start feeling like they're entitled to things. I'm a pilot or this, that, and the other. I'm a doctor. And they start feeling entitled. And when that happens, they start taking things for granted.
Okay.
Because he's got it in his head, this is the way things are supposed to play out. And all I got to do is get the right chick, and then everything else will fall into place because I'm me. And that's usually what gets them. So it's not access to women that's the problem. It's the fact that a lot of them don't really have an agenda and they're easy marks.
Easy marks. So that's the same problem that Shaq has, or is he just he's trying to clean up whatever he can get out there?
Yeah, I mean, right now Shaquille O'Neal's a lame, and he's leveraging that NBA money, bro. That's just all it is. He doesn't care if he's getting laughed at. Shaquille is just sitting around just by himself. He doesn't have Shawnee. He doesn't have the kids. He's just really out here by himself. So he's kind of trying to enjoy himself, but he's big and awkward. Men are not really trying to gravitate to be around him. We never saw him that way. He was a great basketball player, but he's not somebody we want to hang out with.
No real conversation.
Yeah, that's the problem with Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal is not somebody we want to hang out with. I can see myself, like Michael Irvin. You could sit there and kick it with Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
You could do that with Michael Irvin. Emmitt Smith. Those are dudes you could sit. Russell Wilson, hell no. Shaquille O'Neal, hell no. It's like, no, there's nothing to talk about. Shannon Sharp. We could sit and kick it with Shannon Sharp for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, Jason Whitlock is hell. You sitting up here asking, waiter, can you bring me a razor so I can slit my damn wrist? Forget this damn meal. Just let me die right here. So that's what it would be like. So those guys know it. And the females have let them know it. There's not a personality there. If you was not a big nigga from the NBA, you wouldn't be anything. I mean, it just is what it is. They didn't have to develop at a prime point in their lives when they should have been developing a personality. They didn't. They developed a career. So they've been very good at being entertainers. You're just not somebody that somebody wants to be around outside of that aspect of your life.
Okay.
And folks like Sheryl, Ralph Lee, same thing.
Oh,
same thing. Sheryl Lee, Ralph, whatever. The same thing. They go to Hollywood and they become experts at their quote profession to the extent they are. And all you are is an actress. But you're not really interesting beyond that as a person. So if you're not on the stage performing somewhere, what's the point of being around you? That's what's missing.
Okay, what would make a actress like Angela Bassett or even Denzel Washington? What would make them more interesting? Is it because the sister you're talking about, the Jamaican sister you're talking about, Sheryl, can't think of her last name. Sheryl, but the one that played on Moesha as the mother. Is it because it's just when she's out publicly, the way she presents herself, or just when she's opening her mouth about her husband, that just devalues her all the way?
No, I mean, the bottom line is Denzel Washington, you could talk to Denzel. Denzel's an interesting person to converse with. Now that he's pulled back on Hollywood and stuff, you're seeing folks doing interviews with him. He's a person you can converse with. He's got a lot of things he's never talked about. At least he hasn't really made it a pedigree to talk about publicly. All right, so Denzel's a person you can talk to. That's good. Wesley Snipes, he's a person you can talk to. That's good.
Yes.
There's a number of folks from Hollywood that I've met and whatnot, and they're people you could talk to, although there are some of them who think they know it all, so you got to watch out for them. But for a lot of these folk, not really. It's like talking to a person who talks shop and can't talk anything else. So in a lot of cases, not really. Especially if they did it when they were young, they're not very informed about the world.
Oh, okay.
That's the first problem. If you went to public school, you learned about the world. A lot of them didn't.
Oh,
and
okay.
they're young. They got off into Hollywood. And once you get into Hollywood, your life is obsessed with going from one production set to another. Otherwise, you're out of the business. So you're on one movie set, you're on one television show set, and you're constantly chasing the next one. Otherwise, you can't pay your bills. You can't eat.
Gotcha.
So that's what it ends up being. And y'all don't really realize that. So yeah, everything that they learn about the world is from their Hollywood friends that they're around, but they don't actually hang around real people. Now, of course, the real, quote, real world is full of a bunch of fanboys, fangirls, stalkers, jackasses, and other assorted idiots. So it's not really in their best interest to spend a whole lot of time around, quote, the rest of the world. I understand that, but take a look at what they lose as a result.
Jason, when a man is asking a woman about her body count, should he also ask about not just her total body count, but her white man body count and any female body count?
Yeah, I mean, that comes into all of it there. I took it easy on the young man tonight and didn't hit him up about the body count thing, but you can see I was kind of tipping in that direction.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you need to know, I mean, fellas, the real issue is that, like I've always said, You've had so many people sit up here and lie to folks now for decades and tell you that you don't know about body count. And I'm like, okay, you need to know your woman's sex habits. Yes. You need to know your woman's sexual history and her sex habits. You got folk, you can't get hired for a job until they know what they do. You can't give blood without them knowing your sex habits. And yet you're going to marry her and you don't know what it is?
That's a broadcast, Jason.
You need to know a woman's sex habits. You need to know her sex habits, her sex history.
Yes.
You need to know who been between them legs. You need to know who she's wanted between them legs and couldn't get. You need to know about, has she ever had sex when she was high? So you're going to have to start being creative and stop assuming that if she doesn't volunteer the information, it didn't happen. You're going to have to start quizzing her about the worst case scenarios, because usually they're hoping that you won't ask. So that she can sit there and say, because the whole thing, fellas, if you've been through it, you've been through it. Prince, you know what will happen. They will sit up here with a big ass bombshell they're sitting on. And you've asked all these questions, and then someday you find out later and stumble across it. Like, why the hell didn't you tell me this? You didn't ask.
You did.
So she sat there the whole time, all these years, knowing this is something that would bother you, but she's sitting there saying, well, I mean, he didn't ask, so.
And we've been doing so good. Other than that, why let that mess up what we done? Well, if there's videos of you out there, if you had sex with multiple men at one time, that's something that needs to be disclosed. And this is a lot of, but the guys want that quick sex. They want to rely.
He wants his turn. Most men are in a sexual drought. Therefore, most of the men looking for a female today are sexual scavengers who do not want to admit to themselves that that's what they are. So his priority is, will she let me have my turn? I'll take care of the vetting process later. But first and foremost, can I secure the bag? Am I going to get my turn? And after he gets his turn, women understand that when men have sex, their brains turn off. So she's like, if he gets his turn, but you ain't going to ask me nothing else. And she knows it. If I give it to you, you're not going to ask me anything else. So fellas sit up here and they walk into situations willfully blind. They take a look at red flags all over the damn place. And his priority is having his turn. And then he figures out how to rationalize these things later. And in reality, knowing her sex habits and sexual history and sexual habits is a must. Those are two separate things. Her sexual history and her sexual habits. What she done did and what she doing now. You need to know what those things are. You need to know, not kind of know. You go down her damn social media. She big up in Zac Efron. Now she's told you she's never slept with, she don't chase zaddies, but Zac Efron's on the damn Facebook.
That's why I want to ask about the social media. They having white men on their social media.
Man, you better recognize that. Even if she's never done it, what she's showing you is that there's a part of her psyche that is open to it. There's a part of her psyche that's open to that. A big thing is females who sit up here and talk about other women in a sexual manner. Oh, she has a nice ass, or this. I'm not gay, but she has a nice ass. I've known a number of females like that. I've known, brother, you in Houston. Come on now. I've known a number of females like that. I'm not gay, but she has a nice ass.
Yeah, that's some awesome stuff.
Okay. You can be willfully ignorant of that if you choose, because you are so devoid of options tonight. You can be willfully ignorant of that if you choose. Fellas hear that kind of stuff all over the place, and you just you disregard it, because if you actually acknowledge it, then you're going to have to deal with that. That means something. It's like, wait a minute, what the hell did you just say? Yeah. Oh, it don't mean that. Of course that means something. You try that as a man. I'm not gay, but that fella sure has a nice, okay.
How's that going to go?
Anything. Fill in that blank with anything. If you were a father and your daughter told you that, well, baby, don't think none of that. Just let that go. It doesn't work that way. So as men, the real problem is most men are sexual scavengers out here today. They're dehydrated. They're in a drought. They just want somebody to come provide some relief. And he's like, we'll figure out the rest after that. And that's not what happens. And as a result, he ends up not asking any questions, either because he's so distracted he didn't think about it, or he's afraid if he asks, it'll get in the way. He's so afraid of offending her.
Yes.
Or worse, he suspects it, but he doesn't want to know.
Right. Now, Jason, is it an invasion of privacy to go through your woman's phone?
Well, there's actually some legal statutes now that would make that a problem. Truth be told.
Okay.
So actually, in case you all did not know, there are actually some legal statutes that could make that a problem. If you do it without their knowledge.
Okay. So open phone policy, is that, talking to me, would you say that's a standard or a requirement?
That's a requirement for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but that's a requirement for me. You can't have your phone locked down or anything like that. I can't have any questions about what's going on. If I do have any questions, that's a problem. So that would be an issue for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but that would be an issue for me. You're not going to have any closed doors for me. Ain't no closed doors. If I have to sleep around you, ain't going to be no closed doors for me. No closed doors, no locks, no combination locks, no nothing. If I am going to be unconscious and asleep around you, there's nothing I'm not going to know. Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing. The moment you tell me no, get out. Get out. Nothing else to talk about. Out you go. Forget about it. This is not something we're going to argue about, debate about, negotiate over. I don't want to hear your feelings. Once you say that right there, that's it. We're done. We're done. I am not going to close my eyes and sleep around you, and there's secrets. There will be no secrets from me under those circumstances. Not
right.
Under those circumstances. Brother, there's clingy niggas who don't want to go away. There's chicks who lie about their baby daddies. We done broke up, and she just slept with the fella 2 days ago. Talking about we broke up a year ago. She just slept with him 2 days ago.
Yeah, and see, fellas, especially young fellas, when a woman says she's going to spend time with a friend or a college friend, and she ain't mentioned the name of the woman, it's not a woman, it's a man. She said, well, I told you about it, so pay attention to what a woman tell you. I'm not saying you have to respond. Do you think should a background check be done before somebody get with somebody, married, or should they have a private investigator if they're suspicious of their woman cheating or man cheating? How you feel about those type of things?
I mean, that's up to you. I mean, certainly for a lot of folk today, they probably need to, because they're not very good at asking questions. Yes. And they're not very good at being thorough about that. So, I do that all the time. So that's why when the young man got on here tonight and was saying things, I'm like, first of all, I don't believe people. I'm always suspicious. At the very least, I don't believe anything. I have to confirm it. So I'm not going to assume that you're not this way or that the situation is not that way. I'm going to ask the questions that have to be confirmed. Most people don't know how to do that. So that's how you all heard me talk to a guy I've never spoken to before on the phone tonight, and you heard what he was trying to do. He was trying to convince us well, she's a nice girl from the rural village and this, that, and the other. I ain't got nothing to worry about. Jason, she's not a problem like that. And by the time the phone call was over, she a problem is but most people would not ask the right questions. Right, so if you're not adept at asking the right questions yourself, you might need some help.
Okay. Now, Jason, in what setting are women more truthful about their true feelings when it comes to man and woman dynamics? Is it when they're with their friends? Is it when they want the man they really want to be with? When are they the most honest about how they feel about, I can't stand my husband, or whatever. I think he's weak or
women are most honest in the company of the people that matter most to them. So if her girlfriends matter most to her, she's going to be most honest about you with them. If her dad matters most to her, she's going to be most honest about you with him. Mom, same thing, or both parents. So it depends on who matters most to her. That's who she's going to be most honest about you with. She'll be honest with them. Because what they think matters.
So is it a way to tell if you're the person she's the most honest with? I know that's a difficult question. I don't really have an answer.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it works in reverse. If she's putting the rest of her life on trial with you, then you matter the most.
Okay, now tell me how.
If she's putting you on trial with her friends or her family, they matter more. If she's putting the rest of her life on trial with you, then she's bringing that to you and putting it on trial with you. Well, you matter the most.
Gotcha. Now that makes sense. Now that makes all the sense.
And that goes to the respects you, admires you, looks up to you, follows you. You see how all that fits together? Yes. Now, to test if what Jason just said is true or not, well, what is the inverse of that? She doesn't bring anything to you. She doesn't bring anything to you for your judgment or approval. She's already made her own judgments and approvals. She does not present it to you and ask you, what do you think? How do you feel about this? What should I do with this? She doesn't bring that to your approval. Take a look at Sheryl Ralph Lee. Does she look like she brings Sheryl Lee Ralph? Does she look like she brings a damn thing to that man?
No. She good with him or without him?
She already told you that.
So you're talking about like decisions when it comes to what she buy, a car she purchased,
anything
or whatever she's doing?
Anything. It's like, I ain't got to run nothing by you. She's like, I make all these judgments myself, and I'm not worried about what you think of them. So I don't have to validate this with you because I'm not here for your approval.
How long do you think she's been like that? From the start of the relationship?
Oh, yeah.
What man putting up with that?
That one.
He's starstruck?
Look, brother, the real thing is if a female figures out that she's the finest thing you ever had.
Thirsty.
If she figures out that she's the finest thing you ever had, then get ready. She's about to run your ass. Because, like I said, brother, women can see it. A woman can see and can tell if she's the best you ever had.
Yes.
And if she figures that out, she's about to start taking all kinds of liberties. Because you're the one trying to prove that you belong with her.
Yes.
Whereas if she looks up to you, she's trying to prove she belongs with you. Men have to be careful when you don't establish the pecking order. However, you can't establish a pecking order if you don't have the ability to do it. If she's in Hollywood and she's up here and you trying to get started in politics and you down here, that's it. Next thing, if you get up there, and I don't know what the dynamic is, maybe he got into it and whatnot, and he's just like, okay, well, look, she's sexually available enough of the time. Maybe he got, I don't know, the erectile dysfunction done kicked in or whatever. I don't know what the situation may be, but he's tolerating that to the extent that she's going public about it. And he's still sitting there. So what that tells me is there's a lack of leverage or a lack of respect for himself. He's soft, and she's sitting here publicly mocking you because you're soft. You know how that happens, Prince?
Yes, yes.
You're soft. She doesn't get softer with you. She now gets more disrespectful.
More publicly, especially publicly disrespectful. I saw this Asian chick going, just berating her man. It was about 7 years ago, and she was showing such contempt. She wasn't even talking loud, but she was talking with disgust, and she wasn't saying much. I can't say, but her body language was horrible toward this dude. And I'm like, man, how he could just sit there and take that.
Well, the problem is with Sheryl Ralph Lee, you can see that she thinks she's a star. Sheryl Lee Ralph, I keep squinting up, but it doesn't matter. She thinks she's a star. And if he's been treating her like that, she's going to expect it to stay that way. You set that precedent that she's up here and you down here.
Yes. Do you think she suffered from what you say the other women suffer from, even though you got the chick from Starbucks or something, and she can get with a guy like Shaq? Do you think because she's had interactions or relations with high-level men in Hollywood and other type of people that no other man can really satisfy. Like I said about you, Jason, once a woman gets you with you, she ruined. Any guy below you, she gonna punish.
Well, I mean, that's the way it works for anybody if they're below them. So a woman can get over it if she moves up. If she has to lie to herself, if that's another thing right there. If a female has to lie, they have to lie about the next man's money, lie about the next man's swag, you've already lost. It's already done if you got to lie about it. It's already over. And in a lot of cases, that's happening too. In her case, though, you're getting with a chick who's a celebrity. You're getting with a female who she has a very high sense of worth about herself, yes, justifiable or not. If you've been treating her like a fan, if she's never been in a situation where she looks up to you, if you've been a state senator for 20 damn years and never moved up, she is competitive. She's trying to move up or stay viable where she is. You're all right where you are. So she gets to see you complain about all these other men,
yes,
who have moved on to bigger and better things, and you never will. You think that's not circulating in her head?
I can
that
imagine.
You answer to these other people and you spent 20 years telling her about the difficulties you have answering to them. How can she obviously knows she doesn't have the best politician in Pennsylvania? She knows she ain't got that.
Yeah. She been with him for 20 years.
Yeah.
I never heard why all of a sudden she mentioned it now. I never heard her mention it before.
Dude, there's a whole bunch of females in Hollywood like that. They got a fella, but you find out what it is. There's fellas who be in relationships and don't know that she don't really dig you. As long as she throw them legs open when you ask, that's it. In this case right here, he's not even getting that. So he strikes me as probably being a fanboy. Oh, vote for me. I'm married to Moesha's mama.
Yes.
Stuff like that. I can see him getting into that. So you have these marriages of convenience. I'm like, okay, a marriage of convenience is hell.
Yes.
A marriage of convenience is hell. You got to sit here and pretend and be fake, I'll be damned. And then one day, one of y'all going to break the damn contract and here she is on TV, letting everybody know what it is. So, like I say, it's just, no, it was probably, okay, she's well known. You know, like, what's her name? The pastor who married Shaquille O'Neal's ex-wife.
Yes.
You know, there's not a lot of females with name recognition out there, so a lot of these fellas are going around grabbing what they can get. And in his case, that's obviously what that was. It can't be because she's so great and wonderful, because look how she's talking about you. Hell, forget how she's talking about you. She doesn't even carry your name. She still calls herself Sheryl Lee Ralph. She's never called herself Sheryl Hughes. And she never will. And she never will.
But you wouldn't say she as bad as Beyonce's mama. She kept the last name, man. She kept Knowles, the last name Knowles. Do you think her mindset is just as bad as her?
Yeah, I mean it's just as bad. She just didn't have somebody whose name was well known enough to hold on to it like that. But if she did, she'd be doing it. Like I say, if you are a bailout, a female will marry you and just sit there and mock you and clown you the whole time. Especially if you've made it clear that you're never going to get up and leave. They talk about the men. Why do you stay in the marriage? Why do the women stay? But if she knows you're going to be dependable and reliable, then she will sit there and just mock you mercilessly. And that's where you're going to be.
Is there ever any situations that a woman actually wants a simpler lifestyle? You've heard porn stars say, no, I just want a regular lifestyle now. A woman like that dealt with P. Diddy, you know what I'm saying? Now say, hey, I was on the wild side. Now I just want a family with a husband and children.
Not at 68 damn years old, they don't.
Not at that, I mean,
not at 68 damn years old, she don't. No. Women only talk about wanting I've never heard a female talk about she wants a, quote, simpler life. I've never seen it. Never seen that animal. They might want to be less active when they get old and their hip goes out on them or something. But as far as having a simpler life, hell no, that doesn't happen. I've never seen that animal show up. Never seen that. So that goes as part of the female psyche. She doesn't believe in backsliding. She does not believe in downgrading. If she got this, she wants to hold on to this and move on to the next thing, but she doesn't want to give this up in order to have something else. She wants to have her cake, eat it too, and rebake it. But they don't believe in downgrading.
No, they don't. Do you believe that a Megan Good has some type of, how can I say, ability as a woman to pick up men? Pick men that are somewhat productive. How do you feel about her situation, like with a Jonathan Majors?
I don't think they're still together, but
okay.
What I will say is that there are a lot of females like her, and the issue is not for a female getting a male to be her companion. The issue is for a female to demonstrate to a man, especially if you're looking for a man who has notoriety to him, which is what all females want, whether or not you can demonstrate that you're his best option.
Okay.
There's where the problem comes. Every female wants a prince, but you're not the prince's best option. So they end up settling for something else. Men would be very well advised to take a look at those things and watch those things. If you are, Prince, you and I have been long enough to know, if you're a woman's bailout, it doesn't end well because it can't end well. Because she's only with you because what she really wanted didn't work out. You want to be what she's always been looking for. You don't want to be, okay, I'll take you because the others didn't work out.
She'll never be content. Matter of fact, she's going to be frustrated because she's living less of a lifestyle than she's supposed to, than she's entitled to. And she's going to punish the man she's with, or she's just going to be very deceitful and pretend like she's happy while she's looking for a better option or giving you a less version of herself,
Yeah, somebody in the chat room was talking about sexless marriages. That's how you end up there. Eventually, what she really thinks, the problem with being with a woman transactionally is nobody wants to pay for something without thinking that they got a deal. And getting a deal means that you got more value than it cost you. So if you're in a relationship prioritizing having a deal, then by definition, that means that one person is going to have to give the other more than the other one is giving them. Otherwise, you do not feel you got a deal. That's the problem.
But they don't do that all at once, Jason. Go ahead.
They're either going to try to do it up front, and if it looks like you're going to have trouble getting it up front, if it's more important to lock you down, it's like, okay, I'm going to get this, but I'll have more leverage if I get you over a barrel legally. Yeah, so if she can't get you to give it up on the front end, let me see if I can get this marriage certificate. Now I can get you. Now I'm going to force this issue on the back end. Or, what happened is they'll just start slowly pulling back on things. And that's what usually happens. The stuff they were doing to get you down the aisle, they slowly, one by one, start pulling back on it.
And they can be extremely deceptive. They'll use such things as, I have postpartum depression now. My parents just passed.
They don't even need all that. They're being nice if they do that, brother. In the 21st century, it doesn't even get that far along. It's just, brother, all she got to do is just say, I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I'm not pleased. I'm not fulfilled. I want my peace.
Okay.
I'm not happy. I want my peace. That's all they have to say.
There's something else out there for me. Yeah,
no, it's just, I want my peace. Well, want your peace. We argued too much. Well, you were disrespecting me for the line. You got on The View talking all crazy or what? So you didn't have to talk to me like that after. Really? So she can get on The View and talk crazy about you. That's peace. But if you say something, now you're robbing her of her peace. So her peace is being able to abuse you and disrespect you. I'm like, okay, fellas, all right. That literally what it can be. Well, I didn't think it was that serious. Okay. I was talking to my ex. I didn't think it was that serious. You're insecure. I need my peace. Do you see how that mutated and went bad?
Because it's a vague. See the things where they start asking for things that can't be quantified, because her peace means whatever she wants it to mean. Peace. I need to find myself. You got to make me feel like a woman. I say, look at your birth certificate. I ain't never took that from a woman. You look at your birth certificate, you want to feel like a woman. And these things, these vague things. Well, you're not making me happy. All of these, when they start doing these things, you got to push that to the side. Now, we know what the problem is, Jason, that these weak men, like you say, are making hard times for other men. But what can the men do, especially the young men, if you got a Shaquille O'Neal hitting up the women at the pool, messing it up?
I didn't tell you that I had a magic wand that would stop the nonsense. I'm letting you know, just like you in the military, I'm letting you know what's on the other side of the hill. I'm letting you know what the terrain will be. I am letting you know what the opposition is. I didn't tell you we have an answer for them. I'm just letting you know that if you walk over there thinking that it's serene and whatever, no, that's hostile territory over there. And I'm letting you know the conditions that are making this environment even more hostile. You have a lot of fellas out there that, I'm not going to say it's revenge of the simps. What I am going to say is that what is happening is there are a bunch of fellas out here. What's happening is that they're cashing all their chips in. The women of society today have maneuvered a situation where they can get the weak males, and that's the bottom 70%, that they strangle them for companionship for so long. They've been strangled, absolutely strangled and in a chokehold for so long that women understand that at some point it's kind of like a hive mind, to be totally honest. Oh, we'll circle back around to him. He'll be there. And whichever one of us wants to pluck him up and take him off the market, he'll be sitting there.
Jason, you said a woman is never single. You said a woman is never single. That they always have some type of options sitting in the way. Now, Jason, let's talk not just about the simps. What about the Chris Brown effect? The fact that if she can get in the presence of a man like him, she gonna take the opportunity. There's very few of them that would turn that down.
Well, here's the thing. If that's what they actually want,
I'm listening.
That's the caveat. Yo chick is going to be sitting up here straddling Chris Brown if that's what she actually wants. Now, if you've let the fact that she been going to church with you, or the fact that she been going to bar mitzvah, or the fact that, you know, whatever social club you think she's a member of, you let that deceive you, then you've told yourself that, oh, I ain't got to worry. That's what you told yourself. And if that's what you really want to believe, because you want to believe this is mine, all mine, and I'm through fighting for it, I don't have to fight or compete for it anymore, I finally got this locked down. Now, if that's what you want to believe, okay. But you look through her phone and take a look at that music playlist, and there's Nicki Minaj and every nasty thing you can have on there. And you're like, oh, well, it's just music. Okay. She been an Usher fan since high school. Oh, it's just music. Okay. You don't want to see this. That's the problem. This is a difficult thing, and you don't want to see it. You want to believe that this is not happening, that you can stop working and now you can just coast and cruise. You want to believe these warning signs are not going to mess up what you're trying to get. Because you want what Chris Brown has. Yeah, but you don't want to admit that's Chris Brown's woman.
Exactly.
That's Chris Brown's woman. That's Usher's woman. You're just the dork that pays the bills.
And one thing, the way you'll find out when they get comfortable, especially when they're talking about their friends, because they think that what they say about their friends, that you're not attributing those values to her. So when she's talking about her friend's lifestyle, or she's doing this and that and living shady, that's the type. these type of women hang with each other. Now, she's playing good Christian to you, but whatever she said about her friend, oh yeah, she's like this and that, but that's on their end, and they're in an open relationship, or she's cheating on him, or she mouths off at him, and she's saying that's not really a big deal because that's not us. You watch these things. You're gonna see a lot of times she can put on a show with you for a number of years. What do you think it's hard to do it after 4 years, Jason? If you've been testing her, because there's some that are born actors. Because I feel if a woman, this is what I'm saying, if a woman's been cheating when you met her and she was cheating, it can be hard to detect what you got there.
Well, no, that's not what happens, Prince. What happens is that men want to believe they can have their cake and eat it too. You want to believe that you can have the chick who's sitting up here twerking her ass to Nicki Minaj, and then she goes and puts on her nurse's uniform, and you think that's going to took all that off. Or she puts on her FedEx uniform and takes all that off. Or she puts on her lawyer's outfit and takes all that off. That outweighs what you just saw. Males want to believe that. They want to believe they can have their cake and eat it too. The idea of a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets, that's not the way it works. It's not the way that works. Believe that if you damn well want to. That's not the way it works. Not unless you have a very limited idea what a freak is. You have a very myopic, very limited, very constrained definition. You don't know what the word freak is if you believe that she can keep that in bed. Okay, you don't know what a freak is then. You don't know. You don't know. And the truth of the matter is that most males, that's what they're trying. They're trying to get that chimera to. They're trying to do that. They want her to exhibit some of these qualities that really are going to be conflicting if you attempt to make them coexist.
But Jason, one of the big problems I see that when I talk to some of the young men is how emotional they are. I mean, like, what if you can't hold a steady conversation? Not all, but there's a group of them that you would think that they have money, but they don't have any they don't know how to interact with other men. So I could imagine what they're doing when they're in the presence of a woman and they behind the sheet somewhere and he had sex with her. Now his mind is totally confused. These guys, some of these guys seem like, remember when you was talking about when you showed that video of Austin when he was talking to the female, that Asian female that was in the restaurant, and how he was acting all upset, like he was getting kind of, catty himself. It's just, what can you do when these guys don't have a realistic mindset? Isn't that going to affect the way the women think?
Well, yeah, I mean, because you're creating that environment. So look, the bottom line is fellas tend to lead with what they have. They tend to lead with what they have. And if they don't have a lot to offer, they start trying to inflate the value of it. That tends to be problematic. If they don't have much to offer, they tend to inflate the value of it. So when that occurs, yeah. And this is how you end up with a situation where they start enabling the females. At the end of the day, females will take your lame ass if there's nothing else available. And there are a lot of fellows who are like, I'm lame, but I'm willing to wait my turn.
And how in the world can you compete with that? Because when we say they don't have no options, they got options. It's just the options that they don't want. But they're saying, I'm not going to submit to a real man's program because I got a line of simps over here willing to wife me up, willing to give me resources. I don't want to be with them, but I don't want to submit to a man's authority. So I'll have to take this L or take this situation over here because I feel like that's a way of humiliating myself when somebody telling me I got to get in line with their program, or they're requiring that. But Jason, that's all I have to say, brother. What do you think of that? That it's nothing that we can do to neutralize what these simp men that's messing up the game, or it's just going to have to play out.
Right now, that's what you're looking at. I mean, this is the environment that we're in. what the simps have figured out is that if he's willing to wait till she's 48 years old and she won't have your kids and she's got STDs, I mean, this is literally where we are. I could tell you stories right now, not one. I could tell you multiple, and there's a bunch of dudes in here who, if I had a program where they could call up on the phone, they would be telling it right now. So there's a bunch of fellas who are waiting till these chicks, run their whole phase. The bastard kid phase. The get run through by the track team phase. I can't even call it a phase. That's her whole life. He's willing to wait and be her bailout. Because Prince, he ain't never had any options. So we've got a whole generation now that is willing to sit up here and get an 850 credit score and get $100,000 savings in the bank and do all this stuff and wait to take care of for the rest of his life somebody's baby mama with all the problems and baggage, somebody's cast off hoe, somebody's aged out granny. They're willing to wait their turn because brother beggars can't be choosers. So they're willing to wait their turn, even if their turn means he's in his 40s, 50s, 60s, or older. Well, he's got sexual options. Well, yeah, a bunch of grannies who've been run through, but okay. Brother, they waited their whole life to have any options at all. At all. Yeah. And I want you to understand, this is where we're at across the board. This isn't just one place, one city, one subset. This is where you're at across the board right now. So understand it's a very hyper competitive environment in that regard if you wish to avoid that. And right now, the internet has made the world a closer place, but that also means a bunch of fellows who shouldn't be on this end of the pool are here because he's too lame to compete with his peers in the NBA and NFL. So he can't compete with any of them. All-Star Weekend, he's irrelevant. But he's got enough to compete against you.
Yes. Can a pension pimp ever change?
According to Einstein's theory of special relativity, sure, he could. Look, pension pimps usually don't change until they get burned badly. Because the problem is their money doesn't mean anything to them. Since they're no longer they're getting a paycheck, they will be given a paycheck no matter what they do. It no longer requires labor to generate money. So the money doesn't mean anything to him. So the only thing now he's like, what he thinks is a pension is an insurance policy that now gives him the ability to be as reckless as he wants to be. Since now his income is no longer in jeopardy or in trouble. What usually has to happen is he has to get burned bad.
Burned financially, or how if he's already have this insurance policy as a pension in the form of a pension, how could he get burned that bad where it matters?
Pension pimps get burned badly in one of three fashions. Number one, you married some slutty ass broad and had kids with her and whatnot, so she's going to take your ass when she gets started. And now you're going to be limping financially for the rest of your days. Number two, things went one way or the other, and you don't necessarily have to pay her alimony or child support, but you're old and you're back out here trying to flex what little bit you got against guys who are half your age. So they're far more socially and physically appealing. The only thing you have to negotiate with is money. Hey, I'll be your jackpot, ladies. So you end up going through that little mad circle, and what you're going to do is run through a bunch of bottom of the barrel broads. That's what you're going to end up doing because that's all you really qualify for. You never developed a personality, and now you think the money is going to exempt you from having to develop one. There's the issue. Or lastly, you don't want to be alone, which is what happens to a lot of these fellas. They get older, they don't want to be alone. So they want a chick, but now they want her to stay put. But you're inept, you're lame, and so now when she starts throwing out demands, you start acquiescing. This is how you get pension pimps who go get married. Some of them go get kids. Because she's like, okay, I'm not going to be with you unless I got access to that pension.
Buy houses.
Unless I have rights to it. I'm not going to be with you unless I have rights to it. So they tend to fall into that trap. That one also becomes an issue. So they tend to fall into that one. So that goes bad eventually. Or even if he doesn't marry her and have kids with her, she runs the price up on him. So he doesn't really get anything unless he pays more, and as time goes on, he has to pay more and more. So eventually it just leads to a situation where he's got relationships that just cost him a bunch of money.
Yeah.
And the real thing is what happens when it's over. That's the part that burns him.
Oh,
Jason, how? Because then when she, on her way out the door, she's going to tell you what she really thinks of you. Prince, you know how it is when females get angry, they get upset, they start lying, you know. The sex wasn't good and this, that, and the others. But with the pension pimps, it's a different thing.
Okay.
Because you know she means that when she says, if it wasn't for your money, I wouldn't be with you.
Ooh. So the same thing that brought him there is the same thing that's going to degrade. Because you think the pension pimp think he's flexing, or that he has influence or power over a woman? What do you think that money gives him? I can compete with the other men because I'm a baller, or they don't see themselves as a pension pimp.
No, he desperately wants things to be easy. He's struggled his entire life. Struggling with females takes a tremendous toll on men, especially when it happens your whole damn life. Prince, he wants to finally win. He wants the respect and the admiration he feels other men have gotten. He finally wants to win. He wants to have a winning streak. He wants to cross the damn finish line. But he doesn't actually have the ability to do that, so now he's going to try to buy his way across. Even though now he's paying 5 times as much and getting 5 times less than the guys who are with her in their 20s. He's going to come scoop her up in her 40s or 50s. He's willing to have waited his turn. And he's going to pay so much more to get so much less. So pension pimps are not guys who were hitting and then one day got old. They were guys who were never hitting.
Never hitting.
Never. Their numbers never came in. They've just gotten older and the numbers never really came in. The bottom line is the reason why this messes up things is because as a man, you're supposed to have more respect for yourself than to overpay. If you allow yourself to get desperate, then you will simply pay whatever is being asked of you, even if it's actually not worth it. And we all know that ultimately, eventually, it's a universal law. If you've overpaid, eventually you will find out.
Jason, if you're the man that's the last train leaving, are you overpaying in all situations? If you're the last train leaving.
You're not necessarily always overpaying if you're the last train leaving, but that's going to be relative to where she's been before you. And also relative to what she's offering, because the truth of the matter is the problem with pension pimps is the women they get ain't offering nothing.
No.
She's not going to give you children. She's not going to financially contribute. So she's going to be all money. She's going to be just all resources out. Everything my way, no, nothing coming back yours. Except maybe some sex, and that's the only thing she's going to contribute to the relationship is sex. If you can get that. The problem is that men don't understand that once a woman's been around, women can turn that on and off like a switch. If she finally starts deciding to herself that she's worth more in the relationship than you are, she doesn't care about sex anymore either.
No. And that's what the dead bedroom. And do you think there's
Did Russell Wilson overpay? He grossly overpaid. Well, actually, that's kind of Russell Wilson ranks at begging. So in that sense, he didn't overpay. That's what he got. But somebody else with similar income and not being such a lame, they would have been overpaying. For Russell Wilson, he's going to get what he deserves.
So when it comes to that dead bedroom, there's really no fix to it. If the woman used the dead bedroom or I guess they slowly started doing it with a lot of guys, and the guys feel by then the woman know they got you in a bind, a pickle. So there's no, if you're married, there's really no avenue to deal with a dead bedroom other than when a woman starts talking stupid, she need to always know you already have options. you never let her feel comfortable.
I mean,
Never let a woman feel
that works unless you're married. Yeah, that works fine unless you're married. You're disarmed if you do that. That's a strategy for single men, not married men.
Because you got to stay behind her, yeah?
Yeah, she can pull the plug and mess up your whole damn situation at any time she chooses.
And she don't care if she goes down with it.
So married men should never deceive themselves into thinking they can move like single men. That's why Shaquille O'Neal done lost his mind out here now, because he's like, I'll be damned. Moving like this is kind of good, this is kind of fun. But that's only a strategy that works for single men. That doesn't work for married men. That's why the married men are so damn frustrated out here right now, because it doesn't work for them. They're in a situation, she got all the leverage. What most of these married men will not admit is that they got into a bait and switch. The truth of the matter is, the average married guy today is upset and angry and red pill and dead pill and mad and conceited, and he's conflicted and all that, because at the end of the day, he doesn't want to admit, I got baited and switched.
Yes.
Well, she sold me at the altar. 5 years later, that wasn't what I had. In the case of a Russell Wilson and Ciara, for example, you notice how she's piled on so many kids now. Now, she didn't do that with Future. She had one.
Yes.
Not that Future wouldn't have had a bunch of kids with her, as we can obviously see, but she's piling on the kids with Russell. Now, why are you doing that when you didn't do that with Future? And all I'm saying is the only thing that can give you is more leverage. It gives you a reason to not lay up with him, for one. Oh, Russell, we got the kids, and I can't be doing all that stuff. That I've been on tour, and I imagine she tells him she's tired every night. So every time Russell gets a hold of her, it's like, okay, let's make some more babies and stuff, and he thinks he's doing great.
Jason, when you were in the chat, and you asked that question about the diamond ring, what do you think it is about women? They won't say it. Do you think that, yes, I got this diamond ring? Very few women say anything. Do you think it has something to do with they don't want a man to think or believe how valuable it is to them? Like they downplay the significance of some things, because they talk about how bad they want these rings, and now that they got them,
Sir, the divorce rate tells you what they think of the rings. Watch out when you have females who go on social media all the time. Their first name turns to married. Watch out for females who do that. Watch out for females who that becomes their identity. That's the only thing they lead with. Just be aware that that's telling you that there's an ulterior motive to it.
They'll say married more than they'll say husband.
Yeah, I mean, that doofus will sit there and look at it. He'll sit there, he'll look at it, he'll watch it, and he'll stay put.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me go ahead and see. I'll take one more here on Zoom. Let me see if we can get Brandon here on Zoom. All right, we got Brandon here on Zoom. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Brandon.
Can you hear my brother?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I just want to piggyback off what my brother just said, and I just want to ask you a question. Now, there's something that I have been trying to do a theory on. It's called the Cinderella complex. Do you think by us teaching our young women that men is supposed to be this, or how we supposed to conduct ourselves early on, portray how we deal with going forward?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Okay, what I mean by that is this. Okay, if you deal with Cinderella, you deal with Rapunzel, Sleeping Beauty, and you deal with the lights. What they always portray? They portray as men is supposed to be these quote unquote great men, all that, this, that, and the third. I'm not saying that we're supposed to not be that, but is that truly reality?
At the end of the day, What people want is what they want. You can't negotiate that. Every woman wants to be with a winner. You need to be a winner in some context. Otherwise, what you need to understand is that all you're really betting on then is that she is going to be comfortable with a, at best, non-winner, uncompetitive male, or at worst, a loser. Now, that's just the bottom line. As a man, if you're walking this earth, I'm not saying you have to beat, Usain Bolt, but you got to be winning at something. You have to be excelling at something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, you're not giving her anything to buy into. You're not giving her anything to invest in long-term, emotionally, physically, financially. You're not doing it. So you can be the mediocre version of yourself, but just understand you are everyday gambling that she is not going to be able to find somebody who's a little less mediocre than you. He doesn't have to be great, just a little less mediocre.
Now, I understand exactly what you're saying, but yes, you're always supposed to thrive and be the best, absolutely man that you're supposed to be. That ain't what I'm disputing here. Well, what I'm saying is this. Women seem to see in my ability, instead to what it used to be back in the day of getting with a man that's used to be if you was a fireman, if you was a police officer, if you was a military man, you was prestige, you was treated great within the community. Now, however, it deems that you got to be a quote-unquote $100,000 man, and we all know actuality in the United States, that's not the case. So what I'm saying is it more dealing with reality or falsehood?
No, actually, it is dealing with reality. This is a difficult reality for males to accept, because when you talk about, quote, back in the day, please remember the middle class is an advent of World War II. So you're referring to roughly the last 70 years, not the last 200,000 years of human evolution. You're referring to just the last 70 years. So you have people who are older than the middle class of America who are still alive. So when you talk about back in the day, that's what I mean. What satisfied your grandmama and your mama is not what satisfies them today, because the middle class was not the only thing that expanded. It's the one that gets talked about the most. But remember, back in 1900, your mama didn't dream about being with some oligarch or some rich dude somewhere. You all couldn't even get close to that side of town. We had the middle class, which basically created this giant buffer between the rich and the impoverished. Well, that's good, but it also created something else, because what has also happened in the last 70 years is the number of quote unquote rich people has expanded also. It used to be that they were a very small, slender number of people, and it was invitation only, and you had no chance to get near them. You got professional athletes who immediately qualified to be one of them, right out of high school. That is something you've only seen in the last 4 decades. So way before the middle class. I mean, the middle class is way older than that is. So it isn't just the number of people in the middle class that expanded, that you now have proximity to. The females of today, unlike their mothers and grandmothers, they have ready access to the middle class, and they've got more access to the upper class than ever in history.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. But my only thing is that if we go to look back if you deal with all these celebrities that's been married, they got plenty of money. Halle Berry, she'd have been married how many times? Angelina Jolie, all these people that got all this money. If money was such the key to success, to a perfect marriage or a relationship, why these people got more problems than the people that don't got money?
Okay, well, first of all, poor people have far more problems than people who do have money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Health, life expectancy, mental health.
I'm just talking about
relationship. Well, slow down. Poor people have more problems than anybody else does when you get down the numbers of it. But even with the people that you're referring to there, let's go ahead and take a look at Halle Berry as a case study there. Halle Berry at one time was dating David Justice, Wesley Snipes, Christopher Williams. Did she marry Dave Justice? I think she was married to Dave Justice.
I think she did. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
then married Eric Benet. Then married the dude after that. But here's the thing. Dave Justice was a baseball player, okay, but she was at the height of her abilities. So she was a disciplinary problem. She felt, I can trade you in at any time. And she let her little light skin privilege get the better of her. And David should be Dave has been grateful ever since that she did that. Eric Benet ain't never been no superstar nigga like that. I mean, we knew who he was, but Eric Benet has never been Chris Brown or Usher. So that's why, quote unquote, losing him, she could very easily do that because she always was bigger than Eric. Eric was Halle Berry's husband. Halle Berry was never known as Eric Benet's wife.
Yeah, true.
You ain't never seen nowhere where that happened. Then the dude, it was all downhill after David Justice. She went from David Justice to Eric Benet to the white dude to whoever the Hispanic fellow was. So what I'm saying is that she's showing you it never got better. It got progressively worse. So what I'm saying is there wasn't no money after David. Yeah. She was the breadwinner. Remember, she had to pay alimony to the white dude. Child support. So what I'm saying is, to answer your question, well, there was no money after David. So.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
That's a misconception. Okay. There wasn't. Megan Good, same thing. We can go down the list. You can name all these females.
I see what you're saying now. Yeah.
Rihanna. It was all downhill after Chris Brown. She's with the fellow who she's now married to a guy, or at least I think she's married to a guy who has as many skirts as she does.
Ain't that Rocky? Yeah.
Nicki Minaj. I meant to talk about this before.
A pedophile.
I mean, think about that. On the one hand, you were with Safari. I'm like, Safari, you went from Safari to this? So, brother, what I will tell you is that, it might be a bit of a slogan or a cliche to say, the money didn't matter or whatnot. I'm like, but I would submit to you that for the folks you're going to name, most likely it exited after that. Lack of discipline. Look, a man who has to earn it.
Lack of discipline.
A man who has to earn it. When you have to earn your own money, you are putting that in a woman's hands. You have to make sure that she's worth you risking that. If she is, okay, but if she's not,
you're going through the wires.
So over time, usually what happens is men get burned and then they get smart.
Yes, sir.
That's what usually happens. Hopefully you can get smart before you get burned, but in a lot of cases they have to get burned and then get smart. It's rare that men have to be burned more than once, except for the very most desperate. Those are the guys who keep going back and get married again and again and again. Donald Trump's one of them. He got married a few times and had to pay out alimony and stuff like that. So it's like I say, fellas who are lonely and have deficiencies is going to get taken advantage of.
Do you think that's what's absolutely wrong with our younger class, with these athletes that's dealing with getting quote unquote? Because again, whatever a woman do with her body, that's your body. But what I'm saying is, do you think that is something that's dealing with these young men getting with a quote unquote woman that sold herself, and now you in the NBA? Why you couldn't get a regular woman? Why her?
No, because most of your professional athletes are socially inept. The program I did about Travis Hunter when Mike Daniels called in, he'll let you know he was in the NFL. He played with these guys. He's like, most of them are socially inept. They were taken at a young age, put off into a sport, and they've really been in the bubble of that sport ever since. And they've been shuffled along this career path. They haven't actually had to deal with the real world.
Mm.
And you've got a bunch of people around you who will gleefully lie to you because there's something they can get from you. So it's like being a child star.
And like Michael.
The problem with sports is that you're a child star where everybody's prospecting on you. So nobody's sure if you're going to make it. So everyone is treating you in a manner in which they're hedging their bets. So what you're going to find is most people, they don't really think very much of you, but they're afraid to say anything differently because just in the event that you hit the lottery and you do make it, they don't want to sit there and be on your bad side, and that you remember that about them if in the event they do make it. That's what happens to them. In the event of that, most of them are raised by single moms, so you do not have a competent female figure. When they do get female access, he doesn't have the social skills necessary to attract her with a personality. He's attracted her because of his possibilities as an athlete, not because of his personality. So he doesn't know how to vet her in that manner. He goes for the female that he likes. And that's how it happens.
Absolutely, absolutely. I appreciate you, my brother. I'm going to let somebody get the line. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, most of them are completely socially inept. They are completely inept. They didn't have to deal with the real world. They don't have to deal with any real people there. And they're sitting ducks. The first female that tells him that she likes him, he jumps all in. And you notice they spend the rest of their lives, the rest of their careers doing that. The female, they're starved for genuine affection, and the female who tells him that he likes her or that she likes him, he's all in. He doesn't question it. He doesn't vet it. He lives for the moment. That's how they end up having multiple females taking advantage of him. So they are not sitting there learning how to be competent. Furthermore, they then tell themselves, well, I'm too busy to be competent. I'm a very busy man. I have a very busy career. So, I'm too busy to be competent. And eventually that goes terribly. I didn't do the nice program to tell you fellas there's a happy ending to this. That wasn't the reason I did it. I did this nice program so that you can have a very clear understanding of exactly what the environment is we find ourselves in. There's a never-ending parade now, a stream, whole generations of weak males now stretching across generations. The baby boomer generation, Gen X, Gen Z, lameness. We have a lame epidemic. Those weak males are out here and they have zero social skills, zero ability, zero upward mobility. To the extent that they do, they're willing to wait years or decades for their turn. And when the females do circle back around to him, she tells him, okay, you got to drop off top dollar. And he's like, okay, I'll go for it. Whatever she demands, she stamps her foot and he starts throwing it. That's where we are today. So I said all that to say the sexual marketplace is going to be screwed up for a long time. The sexual marketplace is outrageously overpriced. It's outrageously overpriced. It is outrageously corrupted. The numbers are way off. The customer base is clinically insane. I did not tell you that I had good news. I'm just letting you know that, by the way, for the young fellas or the older fellas, the next time you run up on a chick and you have appraised her at a certain value, please understand there's some pro athlete, salary simp, pension pimp, low-life loser who is at the auction and you've got access to females. This dude is willing to bid 5 times as much as you. You like, okay, well, if you act like you got some sense, I might let you stay at my place. This fella is like, I'll buy your house and get your car. You want to go on some vacations? I'll take you and the kids. I'll marry you. Here, let me put you on my life insurance and my 401k. Let me make you a beneficiary. You're like, dude, wait a minute. What are you doing? And just like the athletes have to go around and carpet bomb as many females as they can with that, don't you know the pension pimps and salary simps and lames, they're doing the same thing, man. They're everywhere offering that to everybody. They're offering the same deal to everyone. Most females consider him too lame to take him up on his offer. But by the way, he's out there offering it to the chick who works at Walgreens. Yes, it's an auction. And he's too stupid to realize there's nobody else bidding. He's too silly to realize that. when a man doesn't have very many expenses, when he actually does get his opportunity, he immediately overbids. Then he starts rationalizing to himself that what he did was correct. That's the problem. The rest of y'all don't understand how smart I is. Then he starts telling you, ain't no woman like the one I got. And then one day you get up and you're not there. And she's sitting in front of some people. And they ask her what she really thinks of you. And then when she's no longer worried, doesn't have anything to lose, when she's actually free to be honest about exactly why she came to you in the first place, and why it is that all the other women said no, but she said yes. When she finally does get around to that, you end up like this guy. This is where it ends up. He has the ability to tell her he will not be disrespected and leave. That's going to be difficult. He also has the ability to sit where he is and pretend that everything's all right, knowing that now we all know who he is. And whenever we all see him, oh, you're Sheryl Lee Ralph's husband. You're him. Yeah. Y'all don't even stay in the same house, and she's okay if she sees you or doesn't. Yeah, you're him. That's a hell of a way to be. To get to 68 years old and your wife just went on TV and gutted any respect the public can have for you as a man. And then here comes a guy named Jason Black who reminds folk, by the way, she's not even carrying your name. Before you even try to argue to us that she cares about you, she's not even carrying your name. Take this as a life lesson, ladies and gentlemen from around the world. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Command Tom Slick, thank you very much, brothers. Lord Commander, Over and Trucker. Everybody else here tonight, thank you very much for your support. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you're not a member of our Patreon, the link is in the description. You definitely want to go ahead and check that out here tomorrow as well. I might need to go into some of this stuff here. Might need to go into this. Hope I haven't broken up too many relationships here tonight. Hope I haven't done that. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.